Welcome everyone to our City of Indio meeting for the City Council, Indio Water Authority, Indio Housing Authority. Today is Wednesday, June 19th. And we're going to start the day off with call to order, and City Clerk will note the members present. And then, are we going to do the Pledge of Allegiance right now? I know, but we're going to do it twice.
Yep.
All right, Sabdi, would you lead us, please?
Place your right hand over your heart. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, welcome everyone. This is, we're going to move on to public comment. This is the time set aside for any member of the audience wishing to address the body to please step forward. There are requests to speak forms in the back of the room. If you'd be so kind as to fill one out, we would be happy to hear from you. City Clerk, do we have any notices to speak under public comment?
I have none, Mayor.
Thank you. We will close the public comment period. Move on to our discussion items. This evening we'll be discussing the water rate study, financial plan review, and proposed rates. Come on up, sir.
Thank you. My name is Raimundo Trejo, General Manager of Indio Water Authority, and today we are presenting you with our financial plan and proposed rates. Back in December of last year, the Council approved a contract with IB Consulting. We went through an RFP process. In fact, Rob helped in the selection process so that we got ourselves a really good consultant. They will be on Zoom participating in today's presentation. And so over the next 30 minutes or so, we'll present our rate study and end with a proposal. It is primarily driven by Chromium 6, as we now have a draft MCL that may become law as soon as October of this year. And part of the unfortunate delay in presenting this to you is that as of COVID, we actually expected in 2020 to have an MCL because of COVID, and not to blame everything on COVID, but it's the reality. The MCL was delayed over a number of years. So it's been 6 years since our last rate increase. And since COVID, as we all have experienced, there's a tremendous amount of inflation that has affected us as utilities and as residents of Indio. Lastly, what I'll say is today's presentation also takes into account our ability to, and I'm going to turn around and look at the IWA team here, the big team, to operate more effectively, more efficiently, in a way that we communicate more with each other and with others in other departments. We have actually decreased our staffing levels from 49 FTEs to about 46 on the books in this proposed budget this coming year. And we may actually have 2 vacancies within that 46 I've proposed. So all of that is part of this rate study, our ability to effectively operate in a utility that continues to grow with less and less staff because of that, and again, because of your leadership and the leadership of our city manager. With that, I'd like to introduce our consultant, if he's on the line.
Yes, I am, Ray.
And if we can tee up the presentation, it will be a collaboration between our consultant, he'll introduce himself right now, and myself, and at the end we'll pause for questions, or throughout the presentation, if you have anything we can pause.
Mentioned reducing the FTEs, but I mean, really, how is that going to impact the other employees? Is it, how are you adjusting for
So I'll
less
give you a couple
manpower?
examples. So one example is we no longer are going to fill in the AGM position. Part of the opportunity that I had as a PE is to fulfill professional engineering obligations. So I am backfilling the ability to sign off on plans, also continue to work closely with our engineering and operations team. They collaborate and do the plan checks internally. So that gives us an ability to, again, keep me informed, and I'm reducing that AGM obligation. It's empowering staff. It's giving them also opportunities and assignments that an AGM would normally take on. And that's one opportunity. The second one is that I proposed to the CM, and again, good collaboration with Brian and Rob, is the consolidation of our finance team. We were able to not only take 2 FTEs from IWA over to the city, but because of the efficiencies that the city and IWA have together, we're able to reduce the finance manager position at IWA. That's 2 examples. The third one is water quality specialist. When we look at that, it's arguably we could use that or another position, administrative assistant position. We're able to delegate some of those roles and responsibilities to other staff members. And the reason we're doing that is that as I review the work plans, I see gaps, I see bandwidth, and as we continue to cross-train, develop SOPs, we're able to take on those responsibilities. But we monitor that closely, and it's about team building, it's about collaboration, and it's about growing and understanding how we can all participate and maintain efficient levels while reducing FTEs. And again, I'm keeping 46 in the books, 2 possibly vacancy, but in the event that we do have some new needs, we'll come back to you and continue to fill those budgeted positions. And that's just an example of how we're able to reduce.
Okay, I don't see any sour faces behind you. So I just wanted to have the conversation because it's easy to say, yeah, we have efficiencies we can reduce, but when you come back to us and ask to increase, that's not so easy. So wanted to make sure that moving forward, if you do reduce your staff, that the remainder staff felt that they wouldn't be overburdened with the reduction in actual manpower to accomplish those transactions.
And that's understandable. And one comment I could make is that coming from the private and public side, various agencies, I did notice there's a tremendous turnover in IWA over the last decade. And with that turnover, there's times where over-allocation of resources are planned, and it's underutilization of resources. As you turn that over, the knowledge is lost, so you may have the need to, let's bring more bodies to accommodate that workload. But again, I think this COLA that we're getting into is really gonna help us with retention. And as we retain bodies for a lot longer, we're able to really share that knowledge and experience, and it really builds capacity, and we're able to execute more effectively, more efficiently. And I don't wanna say I'm managing like a private entity, but we do have the care, and again, their dedication to be in today's meeting says a lot to me as a general manager.
Mm-hmm. Yes, it does. Thank you very much. And go ahead.
You're helping us with our new power electrical
Right.
Agency, your staff, as we start to grow. And right now, we're a little bit in a downturn in terms of building because of the lack of power. But once that ramps up, hooking up 1,500 homes at Retreat, the housing over on the other side, there's going to be a lot of work, and we don't want you to feel that you can't come back to us. We don't want to stretch our employees thin, or yourself. We need to make sure that you're able to run at full function, but there is time that you need to take for yourself.
And much appreciated, and it is one of the things that I ask staff is to be accountable. Come to me with a presentation as to the FTEs that are necessary to execute successfully. Now, there are times where we do have some downtime, and then a couple of months worth of work. For example, if we're executing a grant funding agreement or what have you, we'll bring in some consultants that are talented. And it also offers an opportunity to have senior consultants coach, partner with our staff, and continue that growth and capacity. Because there are times where I might be busy with other assignments, and really bringing in true talent that can help that growth really helps build capacity. Thanks again for that, and I'm very mindful of that. Every recommendation that staff has to meet is what's leading to the reduction in staff. We're not just cutting just to cut. We have consolidations with the city, and we have very well suited assignments for the rest of us that allows us to have that vacancy. But nonetheless, when Chromium 6 comes along, we may have some bodies that we'll propose to you that's funded through what we're proposing today.
Yeah, well, we've been one of the proponents of consolidating the finance division just for efficiencies. But I didn't know you were going to go beyond the finance department. I just want to make sure that you're comfortable with that. We've seen IWA grow, expand, and well, we've been making the policy decisions. And we want to make sure that IWA remains strong, especially with our plans moving into energy, whatever it is we do with energy. We don't want you to feel pressure because this is a flat budget year. We want to make sure that the services levels don't go down and our customers continue to be happy with everything. So I think we just needed to have this conversation to have that level of comfort before we move on, and I think that's it, right? Okay, we're ready.
Much appreciated. Really, thank you for that support. And again, we'll be constantly coming back to you for those needs. With that, I'd like to go ahead and have Mr. Habib Isaac introduce himself, and then we'll go through the slides together.
Thanks so much, Ray. Habib Isaac, I'm a co-owner of IB Consulting, and then my partner, Andrea Bowling, she's online as well. I'll be taking the lead on the presentation, but we'll both be available to answer any questions that you may have as we work through the presentation. And please interrupt me at any point in time with any questions you have. I don't want it to be where you have to wait to the very end. Like to make this more interactive and a dialogue. So with that, I could start with the presentation and go through
Okay, just give us a
where
minute
you guys
to
currently
just-
are, and then where you guys,
hear me?
where we're showing where you
Habib,
should
can
be.
you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, we have a question from the mayor.
No, can you just give the IT the time to get everything squared away? How is this going to presentation be, over there or in front of us? We prefer to look in front of us, so can IT do that?
Yeah, that's the
Okay,
presentation there.
we just need
Yes.
it on our screen.
There you go.
All right,
Thank-
we're ready.
Thank you for that. That's good.
All right, fantastic.
Does he click? Okay.
All right, go ahead and go to the next slide. All right, so these are the main components we're going to talk about today. We're going to review key assumptions, which is very important, especially with some very wet seasons this last couple of years. And then the capital plan that you guys are addressing. We're going to go through the financial plan and the process that we went through. Cost of service and rate design. We are recommending a few adjustments just based on how long it's been since you guys did your last cost of service comprehensive update. And then ultimately show what are the bill impacts to the proposed financial plan. Next slide. So with key assumptions, go ahead, next one. Here are some key assumptions that we want to go through. And I'm going to start from the top left and then go down and then go to the top right. But inflation, we've been experiencing hyperinflation in the last few years. It's starting to calm down a little bit, but that doesn't change what has occurred in terms of increased costs with operations as well as with capital costs, especially. And then moving forward, we're assuming roughly around 4% for each one for future years. But we already captured the inflation that has occurred over the last few years during COVID and right after COVID that causes an increase in capital costs. When we go to growth, even though I understand you may have growth within your service area, it's one thing to model growth as a what-if scenario to see what the impact will be when growth comes online. However, for financial planning and for setting your rates that will show up in the Prop 218 notice, we don't want to rely on growth coming online, because then if we do and it doesn't materialize, then we're going to be looking at revenue coming in that doesn't meet your obligations, because we're expecting the growth to come in. So we always want to capture growth, even on an annual basis when we do updates. But for setting rates, we want to not rely on that. And then as growth does come online, then we could adjust our modeling, reflect that growth that has come in, and then determine if, based on an update, if we could implement a rate that's lower than what was noticed in the Prop 218 notice. When it comes to water demand, I'm showing back in 2014 where your water demand was, because the last time we did a cost service update was around 2013. So you're well over 21,000 acre feet back then. Obviously, there's been mandatory conservation since then. And then there's been a slight rebound after COVID. But then we had 2 wet seasons in terms of fiscal year 23 and 24. So you're seeing 24, we're even a little bit lower than 23. And then that's our baseline that we're using moving forward. Then with capital spending, we are showing capital planning for 10 years. And then we have one scenario that does not include the Chromium 6. And then we have scenario 2 that does include Chromium 6 construction. Next, whenever we have financial planning, we also look at any type of existing debt and any proposed debt or loans that you may get. And then we got to make sure that we meet the coverage ratio of 120% and make sure that that's satisfied on an annual basis. So part of our modeling is also to ensure that we're in compliance with that. And then lastly, reserves. I just point that out that that's also an expense. That's also part of your revenue requirements. So it's not just meeting your day-to-day operations, but it's also making sure that you're in a strong financial position for your long-term financial plan. So we model your current existing reserve policies, and we make sure that your minimum requirements are satisfied over the planning period. Next slide. So now we're going to go over the financial plan. And the first thing we always want to do, we always want to look at how you're doing with existing rates today. And one thing with that is, with Prop 218, you're limited to the number of years you can set rates for. So the most you can set rates for is up to 5 years. And then from that standpoint, we haven't seen increases in a while, but what this chart is showing you is that black trend line going across is your current rate revenue of today based on the rates that your customers pay. So we see that there's no increases whatsoever. The dashed red line is your operating costs. So there's no capital whatsoever in this chart, just your day-to-day operations. And right now you exceed your operating costs, which is reflected with those gray bars on the bottom, which is your net income. And that net income, because it's above your operating costs, can then go towards your capital spending, as well as maintaining healthy reserves. But ultimately, if we never increase rates, there's going to be a point in time where our operation costs, and based on inflationary adjustments, are going to eventually exceed your current revenues. And then that's reflected in the red bars in the later years. So this isn't to scare you in any way, but it's just showing a long-term perspective of how your rates are doing based on our projections for increased costs. And then we're going to show what does that mean to your reserves as well as to your capital spending. So we go to the next slide. And then here we have your capital plan. And then you have some hefty capital spending in the early years. There is some other funding available for that. Go ahead and click again. But the main thing we want to focus on is the CIP. This is with Chromium design, but not Chromium 6 design, but not with the construction. And then we want to make sure that we fully fund this while at the same time we are also maintaining healthy reserves. Next slide. And then here are your reserves right now. You're very healthy reserves. It's probably, you have a pretty healthy reserve balance, but that's probably based on the fact that you knew you guys were having some pretty hefty capital spending years. So this is showing that after your operating is covered and then your capital plan, you don't have a lot of net income coming in above your operating. So majority of your capital is going to be funded by your reserve balance. So that shows that we're drawing it down. However, we don't want to continue to draw it down for the full 10 years because that's not sustainable to be able to just use your reserve balance to cover your capital. And then you'll notice that as we get to the later years, your reserve balance gets below the red trend line, and that red trend line is remodeling your minimum requirements, which includes your operating reserve, your capital reserve, and rate stabilization reserve. So we want to make sure that essentially we want to hold the line and make sure we maintain a healthy position that you have today in future years. Next slide. I guess I can mention this real quick. Oh, that's fine. That's fine. So then when we model the proposed financial plan, we now know that we need more positive net income coming in. So now this operating position shows the black trend line above your operating expenses every single year. So now you are generating a little bit more of net income each year. And we don't need a substantial amount of net income. It shows that, it's not a huge number each year. And that's because you have very, very healthy reserves, that's reaching your target amount. So if we go to the next slide to see, based on this revenue adjustments, where you are, we still want to draw down your reserve balance to be more within the bandwidth of your minimum requirement and your ideal target. But we want to stay right around there, and we want to level it out, which is what we're doing, and smooth it out so there's not significant impacts to your ratepayers. Next one. So to achieve this, we need revenue adjustments of 3.5% from 25 to 29, and then those outer years, I grade them out because you can't approve rates or a financial plan past 5 years. But I just want to show what is expected in those later years just for financial planning purposes. And hopefully, as we update this on an annual basis, we may see that those outer years may come down a little bit based on how you perform and your overall reserve balance. Before I go to cost service, any questions on the outlook of your financial, your financial position at existing rates versus the proposed financial plan?
Yes, I have 2 questions. Are these
Yes.
Is one of the assumptions that we are moving forward with the reduction in staff?
This includes 46 FTEs,
Okay.
which is what we're operating under, of which 2 of those positions we're going to hold on to and still propose it in the budget. Whether or not we fill it, we want to hold on to it because of the potential of filling it for Chromium 6 operators.
Yeah.
So it does give us some buffer of 2 FTEs. We're not going to scale back to the 44 employees, so we still have a buffer of 2 FTEs is really what we want to keep in mind here with this analysis.
I just wanted to make sure I understood if this was pre or post. So this is post.
Correct.
And then why is he recommending that we stay to our minimum reserves when we've worked so hard to build them to where that's what we consider emergency reserves. So we're a little skittish when you tell us to reduce our reserves down to minimums. So we need a little more information there.
Sure. So I'm not saying to get the all the way down to the minimum, but the purpose of the ideal target, a lot of times agencies, they just have a minimum requirement, and then from a messaging standpoint, if we don't show another target like an ideal target, then it would appear from some ratepayers that you're over collecting or that you have more of a surplus than what you need. And then the whole purpose of having a minimum requirement and an ideal target is to stay within that bandwidth, and then if we are in that bandwidth, then it shows you're very prudent, you're covering your reserves, but it doesn't mean you have to then refund your ratepayers. You're within the reasonableness of where your reserve balances should lie. However, I wouldn't recommend trying to hit your ideal target every single year, because that's going to put a lot of pressure on your ratepayers. So ideally, we just want to be somewhere within that bandwidth, and those later years are just for showing you what could be out in the outside of the 5 years, just so you have a anticipation of what anything that's coming out on the horizon that we need to account for.
So thank you, Habib, and I'll add to that. The intent here is to come back to you each year. We have real-time data. We can better assess what expenditures we incurred this fiscal year, and then update the model and provide you this graphic once again next year for your consideration on any adjustments, keeping in mind that the first 5 years is really our focus, and there's an opportunity to come back and make those adjustments as appropriate as the data becomes reality. So if our assumptions were on the higher end and we were more efficient, some examples, if we get continued grant funding, then there'll probably be a smoother transition in the charts. So it's not that we're locking in for the next 5 years. Now there's opportunities to come back and revisit the issue each and every year.
Okay, so then the capital assumptions, are those taking into consideration that we will make Chromium 6 adjustments?
So for the purpose of what you're seeing here in front of us, the only assumption for Chromium 6 is the design funding. This does not take into account the construction costs. But we will end the presentation with that assumption of what the construction costs, at least for the first phase, what
Yes.
that looks like.
Right, what you're saying
Yes,
is
that's correct.
if
We're going to show you this scenario with just the design, and then we're going to show you what the increases need to be for covering the full construction costs.
So if you're asking the 3.5%, that's what you need to do to keep the reserves at the rate we're at now. Is that what I read into this, the 5 years, to be able to keep it up? If not, we'll dip into our reserves and go down to the minimum. But that has nothing to do with the Chromium X6 except for the design. So anything else would be to do it. So if we were to say we wanted to keep our reserves at 35 million or a little less than 35 million, we'd have to do 3.5 plus whatever the construction would be, is what you're saying?
That is
Yeah,
correct.
if you want,
Go ahead.
yeah, if you wanted your reserves to be at like the 30 million or so on and so forth, then those 3.5% would need to increase to higher percentages.
Yeah, okay.
It might be important to note, we don't expect a Prop 218 challenge, but if there were one and there was a large or excess reserve, that could be a concern. So, because the question is, do you really need that much? You're raising my rates when you could use a little bit of money you already collected from me. So it's something to be aware of. It's probably, as long as it's not egregious, it's probably not an issue. You just don't want any reason for protest.
Well, either it's egregious now or it's not. So, I mean, putting it back to where it is, they're trying to keep it there. 35 million in this day and age, if you really have a main break or something else, it's nothing. Nothing.
Yeah.
It really is not. So, I mean, I agree with you to an extent. I do hear what you're saying, but either, if that's the rate, then they could come back to us now and say, well, you've collected more money than you really used. So why don't you give us a rebate?
Sure.
Councilmember Ortiz?
Just a quick question. When you say revenue increases of 3.5%, does that translate directly to rate increases of 3.5%?
No, it does not. And we'll be showing you bill impacts with different usage levels, because it's going to be also a function of one, what customer class you are, what's the size of your meter, and then where do you fall in terms of your usage in relation to the tiers, because the tiers have different rates. So it's not like gasoline where it's just one uniform rate.
Gotcha.
It varies based on the size of the meter that you have, and then where do you land in the tiers.
Okay.
And we'll show.
All right. Thanks.
That's an excellent question, because it's sometimes difficult to explain that, but it is the top line revenue from our cost, our meter cost, our service cost, our backflow collection. All together, it's 3.5, but you may find that at the residential level, which we'll see in the next few slides, it's not exactly 3.5%. So that's a good point that we should discuss, understand, because those are some questions we may receive in the coming process of the 218.
Yeah, and then I also have one more thing to that. So when we're talking about just the financial plan, that's not even consider the ratepayers yet. The financial plan is just IWA. How much more revenue do they need versus the revenue that they recover today? So they need 3.5% more revenue as a whole, and then we have to look at now how is that going to impact customers, which is why we're going to show you bill impacts in a couple slides here. All right, and before I go, is there any more questions before I move forward? No, okay. So I want to show what makes up the rates, and then this is our cost components or our rate components. And on the left-hand side, we have the components that make up the fixed charges. And then the fixed components, it's account services, which think of that as kind of like a base charge to have an active account. Meter capacity is essentially what that sounds like, where it's the capacity taken in the system by the different companies of their meter. So then costs under meter capacity, the bigger size meter you have, the more you're going to pay. Fire flow demand, you have dedicated fire line charges. So then we need that component, so then we could update their rates and recalibrate them. And then I show down below a 43%. Right now, you're recovering right around there in your how much revenue is being recovered on your fixed charges. So we're maintaining that same level. And then on the right-hand side is the components that make up your variable rate. So we have delivery, which is basically operations to get to the end user's tap of your groundwater. It takes into account how each customer class uses water differently and how they peak on the system during the summer periods during the highest time of demand. And then also we use that to look at how usage occurs in the tiers as well, where the higher demand occurs in the higher tiers. You have conservation programs that's spread over all units of water. And then we allocate once allocated to customer class, like single family and commercial, the single family portion gets allocated to the highest tiers. And then your replenishment assessment is part of your components, but that essentially is a pass-through where whenever the rate is set, you then just pass through to your customers. So that should be one-to-one, where it's not a cost that is a cost incurred by a third-party agency that then it's one-to-one in what you charge your customers. Next slide. So there's also a couple recommendations in terms of adjustments to your actual rates. First one is your existing rates reflect 5-tiered budget-based rate structure. We recommend adjusting the 5 tiers to 3 tiers. And the reason why is because with budget-based rates, we want to make sure that one, your rates are cost-based and has a sound rationale, which they do. But then two, we also want to make sure there's a sound rationale with the breakpoints. And with budget-based rates, you're already giving them a signal and information about what their indoor water budget would be, which is related to tier 1. You tell them what their outdoor water budget would be, which changes over the 12 months based on weather. And then you're telling them how much water they should be using for their outdoor water needs. And then the combination of the sum of tier 1 and tier 2 combined, the indoor water budget plus the outdoor water budget, it's each customer's total water budget. So with the compromise of tier 1 and tier 2, you're telling them what amount of water they should use each month throughout the whole year. So tier 3 should really be the amount of usage over the total water budget, which it is. And then tiers 4 and 5, those were like a percent of their total water budget. Like tier 4 was 200% of the total water budget, and then or tier 3 was, and then between tier 4 and tier 5 was 400%. But those are somewhat a little bit arbitrary, and the more tiers that you have, the more detailed you need to be with what costs are in tier 4 and 5 that are not in tiers 1, 2, and 3. And I would say that probably because of how long it's been since you did a comprehensive update, I'm sure there was a lot more usage in tier 4 and 5, but now with water usage coming down and hardening, with with California conservation as a way of life, tier 4 and tier 5 combined only make up 2% of the total water usage, residential. So they're not really doing much now as they probably did before. And we would recommend since you're already signaling your customers what do you need for indoor, what do you need for outdoor, then everything else is basically more than what they need, above their total water budget. So that's why we're recommending just having 3 tiers. It's a little bit more elegant. And then with non-residential, they're on 5-tiered budget-based rates, and we're recommending to change that, take them out of budget-based rates to make them uniform. And the reason why on that is because their tiers are based on the historical use. So then as business owners achieve conservation to get out of tier 3, tier 4, so then they could stay within their tier 1, tier 2, then the next year it gets recalibrated, and because they use less, then they're based on historical use, a certain percent of the historical use is then recalibrated to be in tier 3 and tier 4, that then they have to, even though they achieve conservation and met the standard, they then have to re-achieve it again and again and again, that they almost are getting penalized to achieve the conservation for that particular year. So that's why we're recommending doing just a uniform rate. But one thing I also want to point out, just because we change them from tier rates to a uniform rate, that does not mean they're getting a discount. It does not mean that they're not paying their proportional share. they're still getting their allocation of costs. So if they're supposed to recover $2 million, if we do 4 tiers or we do uniform rate, commercial is still going to recover $2 million based on what demand they put on the system versus everybody else. And then with irrigation, kind of similar to residential, they're on 4 tiers as opposed to. I recommend go to 2 tiers, because irrigation, they have one budget, outdoor water budget. There is no indoor. So then anything that their outdoor water budget is their total water budget. Then tier 2 is anything over that you could capture and signal them correctly with just the 2 tiers. So then tier 1 is their total water budget that changes each month based on weather. And then tier 2 is capturing usage over their total water budget that you're signaling to them. So before I go into customer impacts, I want to see if there's any questions on the adjustments that we're recommending. All right, seeing none, let's see what this is just an overview. So then now the residential budget-based rates, tier 1 is for indoor. That takes into account the people per household, which is 4 is your default for single family. Then there's also a change with the gallons per day per minute. Gallons per capita per day. The state is always updating the water efficiency standards that they want each agency to achieve. Right now, it was at 50 gallons per capita per day to reach by January 2025. However, SB 1175 that has been memorialized now has changed that from 50 to 47 starting January 2025. And then by 2030, they also want you to get down to 42 gallons per capita per day. So we're using the 47. We then multiply it by the 30 days of your billing cycle to then come up with your indoor budget. And then the outdoor budget takes into account the irrigable area, takes into account the evapotranspiration, which is the amount of water that's lost through evapotranspiration that you have to supplement with irrigation. And then also a percent of ET, which is basically the plant or crop type. And for this, we're assuming turf, which it gets a 0.8. 100% would be like watering alfalfa. And then irrigation, as I showed, they only have an outdoor budget. So it's just the irrigable area for that particular meter, the evapotranspiration, and then the ET factor. So those are the budget base rate structure for residential and irrigation. Next slide. So then to show you what are the bill impacts of this. So this again is without the Chromium 6 construction, but with Chromium 6 design. Next, go ahead and click again. Here are the impacts for the monthly bills. This is showing you, so what we have on the far left of this chart is the existing bill based on today's rates. And then with the 3.5% revenue adjustment and updating the cost of service and rate design, then fiscal year 25 shows what the impact would be to a single family customer with a 3/4 inch meter, which is a majority of our customers, using 17 units of water, which is the monthly average over a year of what your customers typically use. One thing to point out, that 3.5% for that first year, we actually are going to use rate stabilization reserves to offset the impact to the first year. If we didn't use rate stabilization reserves, that increase in year 1 would have been $8.20. And that's primarily due to updating your cost of service analysis that hasn't been updated for almost 10 years. There's been a lot of changes in how customers use water. And whenever that occurs, then there's also going to be a shifting of cost based on what is the new configuration of who uses water more than others. And with water usage going down, in particular with irrigation accounts and with the higher tiers, it means your conservation programs have been successful and that water demand is probably not going to be coming back. So then that puts pressure on rates for the lower tiers because that revenue still has to come from somewhere. And then we're offsetting that impact by using rate stabilization reserves. Then,
Habib, let's pause there for a second, if I may.
Yes, go ahead.
I just want to make a point that 4 years ago, we were in front of you recommending two projects, large-scale projects, one of which was on Posse Park, surface water treatment in excess of $100 million. And the second one was a recycled water project, again, in excess of $100 million. And one of our introductory slides showed how our demands have significantly dropped because of the success of the conservation program. Where we stand right now in terms of demands and water usage, and based on our 30-year sustainable groundwater management plan, there probably will not be a need for those two projects moving forward in the future because they're costly. And this adjustment that you're seeing that Habib has explained very well is really the 6 years of not raising rates together with the success of this conservation program that offsets the need for those two large-scale projects that would probably have an enormous impact on residents. I just want to make sure we're clear on that we hope never to come back to you with these two large-scale projects because of the demonstrated success of conservation in the city.
And then with that, we're also covering your entire O&M. We're fully funding the $22.6 million in CIP over the next 5 years. We're not using any type of debt financing of any kind. And then in the subsequent years, those 3.5% increases ends up being an impact to a single-family customer bill of less than $2 each year on a monthly basis. And again, this scenario does not include the Chromium-6 construction, but it does include Chromium-6 design. With that, is there any questions on this slide?
I got a quick one. So I see that it doesn't include construction of it, and it's just that you're doing the design. Are you doing it to the $29 million one? Or are you doing it to $100 million? How do you know what design you're going to do to considering what will the state accept? Because I think you're going down a road that they might not be 100% in agreement on.
I can address that. What we're designing is the first two plants, Plant 1 and Plant 3. That's what put us into compliance for Chromium-6. So what we're building, what we're putting in front of you is actually not treating every single site because then the numbers would be extreme. What we're focused on is a phase that's achievable, that will bring our entire system in compliance, at least for the next decade. And wells that would be sitting idle, because we're fortunate enough to have capacity in the system to treat Plant 1, Plant 3, and that's what you're seeing here today. Very good question, and we were contemplating what version do we move ahead with, and mindful to our residents and mindful to the fact that we've got a lot of grant funding applications going in for design as well, is let's focus on a achievable phase that puts us in compliance. So it is phase 1, if I may say that gets us into compliance.
And when you say compliance, these two wells will have enough capacity for us, but the other ones that are off will be sit idle?
Correct. And that is more than 2 wells. It's 2 plants, meaning Plant 1 has 3 wells. Plant 3 has another 3 wells, so we have 6 wells, in addition to the existing treatment system at AA and 13A. So it is very strategic and methodical in our approach to phase it in.
And is that because it's looped and we're able to do that, or is the pumping cost going to be extreme as we start to pump from one side to the other, or needs as new properties come on? How will that affect it?
So the way we've planned our phasing is that we look for the clusters of wells that can go through the same treatment process. So it's a centralized system for Plant 1 where we have 3 wells that can be plumbed into the same ion exchange or RCF system. Plant 3, we have 3 wells that are adjacent to each other, so we can build one plant. If we were to spread the treatment requirements for the 6 wells, we would have 6 different treatment facilities. Sure. So we're going through economies of scales. What can we get out of one plant? And those were the 2 ideal plants in working with engineering and operations. And again, it would bring us into compliance because of the way our system's plumbed and how we're able to operate our system.
Yeah, I got that part, but what I'm saying is it located on certain areas so that they're not pumping crossways from one side, is one on the south side, one on the north side?
Excellent question. So we have Plant 1 that feeds into Lost Horse, which then gets the entire north part of our system,
Okay.
as well as 13A. We've got Plant 3 that's centralized, that can feed the entire the entire central part of our system. Plant 4 feeds our entire west part of the system, which we just upsized the 10-inch line to an 18-inch line. That's in compliance, does not need treatment. And so, great question. We
that's all I
do
need to
look
know.
at how
Thank
we
you.
can make sure that our system is spread out and not just focus on one end. Excellent
Perfect.
question.
Thank you.
Councilmember Ortiz?
Just can you remind us, because I was forgetting the number of wells, because you're talking about 6 wells that will be treated with this plan, or the design at least. But in total, how many wells did we have total, and how many were out of compliance?
Yes, so we have a total of 20 wells in our system. Keep in mind that having 20 wells doesn't mean we operate all 20 at the same time. There's some redundancy and some backup wells, but the total is 20. With this MCL, we have a total of 13 that are out of compliance, but we have 3 treatment systems currently, so that brings us up to 10. So in total here,
Wait, sorry. 3 systems.
I'm sorry, so we have 20 wells, 13 out of compliance. We have 3 current wellhead treatment facilities, which then reduces that 13 to 10 out of compliance.
Okay.
Now, with our strategy and the questions that were asked specific to this chart and design, we are targeting 6 wells for design. So that would bring that number 13 down. 13 down significantly. And then that brings us into compliance. There's some other operational adjustments we're making in the system where we can use these treated wells to backfill other reservoirs and really meet the MCL with this first phase. But it does strand investments, other wells that we cannot use because of the MCL and because it's just too costly.
Gotcha. And then from the 3 that you're saying are currently treated,
Yes.
that is one facility with 3 wells?
3 different wells, 3 different locations.
3 locations. And
Back-
how are those being treated?
So that we're currently using, unfortunately, the treatment systems are very compact. They are mounted and actually enclosed in containers. So they're treated with ion exchange treatment, which is the treatment that requires hauling away of hazardous waste. Very costly. But that is the treatment that we have in place. We're trying to salvage that to the extent possible to be mindful of our residents' costs. But nonetheless, the next slide will get us into what that looks like. But any other questions on that? Happy to answer.
Okay, so we have 10 minutes. How many more slides are there? I still have a question on this one.
2 slides.
Okay,
Just 2 slides.
okay. So I know why you want the money on the front end, but can't we have an easier transition? Are we going to go out to bond for these improvements? If we are, why do we have to have the money on the front end? When do we qualify for rebonding? I don't remember. I mean, there's a lot of factors that play into.
I'll address your first question. And the first impact that you see there of the $4.91 is not attributed wholly to chromium-6. It's part of the new rate design. Part of that is the success of conservation. The other part is the delay and how long it's taken us to revisit the rates. So the first number we see there is not really front-ending for chromium-6 per se, because this slide only represents the design. The second reason why the next slide will show is that we only have a 2-year window to comply to chromium-6, so it requires bond funding. Nonetheless, bond funding also has a time frame of how and when you can spend it, typically 3 years. So if we started now, we had the money now, we likely would not get to that construction because of the delay in design, so next year is probably more appropriately to visit that topic. Lastly, the question on when we're able to bond, I will bring Rob into the conversation. It's something that we'd have to research to make sure that our current JPA allows that time frame, and if not, we may come back to you for an extension of that to have the appropriate time frame to qualify for the bond.
Yeah, I'm not going to put Rob on the spot right now because I have the same question across all bonding, not just IWA. So we can talk about it another time because we do need to know when we qualify for refinancing or whatever you call it. But let me change my question then. If these increases are not attributed to anything that has to do with chromium 6, again, the question is, why are we front loading it? What can't we transition it since we have reserves to make it easier on our residents?
And again, the first year may not be fully attributed, but year after year it is. Collectively, the 2.4 million is necessary for us to avoid dipping into reserves. I think the prior slides that we had shared with you shows that if we don't do this on time and now, we're going to quickly and immediately dive into that below our minimum reserves. Habib, if you want to add to that, but quite frankly, it's the timing. It's not that we're front loading, but we're smoothing out the effect.
Go ahead.
Yeah, and I would say, like, whenever you update your cost of service analysis, which is required to do when you go out for proposed new rates, there's always going to be a recalibration of costs between customer classes and between fixed and variable. You know, what's on the fixed charge versus the variable rates. So we're actually the rate stabilization reserves that I indicated we're using in year one. We're using that to cut that impact in half, but we're actually using rate stabilization reserves where the revenue being recovered in 2025 is actually going to be right around the same or less than what you're recovering today. That's how much we're using, like just under $1 million of rate stabilization reserves to mitigate that impact that you see in the first year. And I see that, you know, I know you noticed that it's still higher than the years 2 through 5. But the main reason for that is because, again, there's been more cost is being allocated to residential because there's been less usage in those with irrigation and those higher tiers that you probably experienced. That there's probably a lot more usage back 9-10 years ago than where you're sitting today.
I understand the logic, but the logic's not going to be well received when we go to our residents and say your monthly water bill's going to go up $5 a month. So again, I mean, last time we considered rate increases, we had an easier transition. We took a hit in the first couple of years in order to be able to get to where we needed to be in 5 years. This is going to be a hard sell for me. I don't know about you guys.
I guess I want to ask is, we haven't had any increases in the last 6 years, you said. So what was that increase 6 years ago?
It was substantial as well, but
That's what
we
I
ended
thought.
up kicking back the recommendation of the consultant because we didn't want to do the spike. We ended up evening it out. And I don't remember the exact
Level
amount.
across the 5
Yeah.
years.
Right.
That's a good point.
Right.
And what we did is review the policy to stabilization. In fact, it's Rob that recommended that to our team when we reviewed this prior to this presentation. And it's how can we smooth that effect and what tools do we have to try to smooth that in the earlier years. So what you're seeing here is already the smoothing. And quite frankly, it's that 6-year delay and not raising rates. So for example, if we would have gone out for a rate increase in 2019, that number would probably be more in line with the future years. But each year that we delay, it's increasing that first impact because of that rate study that we have to do, the reallocation, the success of the conservation program. What we're not seeing is the other bills, and some of the other bills, the larger users have gone down significantly because they're not using that water. They're not peaking on our system. So this is a little lopsided in a sense. We're seeing where the most impact is occurring. But if we look at the other bills, unfortunately, that conservation's worked well. So great question. I don't know how else to answer it other than that this is the rate stabilization in effect.
But we still need to see some different scenarios, because last time we had a rate increase, we hadn't had a rate increase in a very long time. And not that it has anything to do with what you decide, but can you imagine this is an election year and having to tell residents that your monthly bill is going up $5? I don't think that's going to go very well. So I really would like to see a couple of other scenarios where we can consider how much of a hit we would have to take to smooth this out even further.
So we could leverage that and do similar to what we did on this one, where we just use a little bit more rate stabilization reserves, and then we ratchet up the revenue adjustments in the later years. So then we're doing both. We're bringing down the first year, and then we're increasing the subsequent years to make up for that difference.
Yeah.
So then it'll be more in line with, maybe similar adjustments.
1050, 1150, 1250 divided by 5 is 2. It would be 2 something a year if you totally averaged it out, but I know you can't do that, so I just think it needs to be a better transition from year to year.
Ray, just one quick question. Out of that 491 on the first one, how much of it's the chromium 6?
Nothing.
Nothing, but I mean, nothing at all?
I wouldn't say completely zero, but it's not the entire effect. So it's about $1 million out of the whole $29 million budget. So
Okay.
it's design
Very
and
small.
operations. So it's minimal. It's not the perception of the whole $4.91. But excellent point. We did.
Okay.
We're mindful of that. We're hoping we can make this as smooth as possible. Is really the effect. Nonetheless, it's the reality of a 6-year delay. And typically, this is what's typical in that type of transition. I'll also note that the prior rate study was the first time that we went into budget-tiered rates. So when you have one tier versus budget tiers, there's also some transitions that occurred then versus now.
So we can't blame that $5
We can't blame it
on
Chromium
Chromium
I know,
6.
So that's why it can't be $5. So you have 2 minutes and 2 slides.
I'm sorry, and go ahead, Habib. We're on the next slide.
Sure. And I didn't hear the last part. Someone was asking another question, so I apologize that we didn't hear that. So this one is with Chromium 6 construction, and to achieve this, we're again using the rate stabilization reserves for that first year, similar to what we did in the last slide. But now, instead of recovering 2.4 million, we need to recover 27.4 million over the next 5 years to be able to fund the Chromium 6 construction. And above and beyond that, we are looking at a 40 million debt issuance. That would be in 1 second, I just had it open. In 2026, so that's when those construction of the Chromium 6 starts to occur and ramp up. And in doing so, we need higher increases for not just the first year, but also for the multiple years. And you'll see that this does not incorporate any type of grants that may be out there. Right now, this is showing that IWA is fully funding it on its own and is debt financing a good portion of it. But we do expect to do annual updates. And then the next year, we'll do an update to, one, see how well you performed in terms of operations versus what was noticed, and determine what is the funding needs for the Chromium 6 construction once we know if there's any grants that got secured and what's remaining to be funded.
We like this slide even less, so go to the next one.
Wait. I remember
Right. So
before
and again, we could.
Sorry,
I'm
just
taking
Habib, we have a
notes
question,
about
Habib. We have
can
a
we
question.
smooth this out?
Habib, we have
Right.
a question.
You can't hear us.
Sorry. I remember it was actually higher than 40 million last time we looked at it, right? Closer to 80 to 90 million. Why is it 40 here?
That is correct. And the reason why it's 40 is we are hitting up against our bonding capacity. It's very difficult to maintain that debt coverage. We can go higher, but the goal here is to present mindful to our residents. Then this will require having a couple or a few wells offline, only because it is a tremendous amount of money that's going up.
Gotcha.
One assumption that we're making here is that if we do fund this much, we're in compliance. However, we would also continue to look and see for grant funding to bring all the other wells online, because again,
Gotcha.
wells, it's good to have more than in capacity, especially here in the summer.
So it's 40 because we're only doing part of what we need to do to bring everything into compliance.
Absolutely.
Got it. Thank you.
I'll just note real quickly that we used the model the state came up with for cost estimating. The true number for us to comply in every single well that's affected is 122 million, using the state's model.
Yeah, and last time we had to fund an unfunded mandate. As we actually wrote a plan and gave it to the state, and they were okay with that rather than to force us to do things by a date certain. So they were working with us last time. Regardless of what the outcome is, we want to do everything we can on our end so that our residents, I understand the design phase, we have to be ready, but I wouldn't implement construction costs yet until we know what the plan is.
That's a perfect segue to the last slide. Keeping in mind that the prior slide is what we're recommending today.
We don't like that one either.
We understand that, but in the event that we do come into some consensus of what we like, this is what the schedule and the next steps look like.
Yeah, so today we went through the study session. We, based on the feedback and maybe smooth it out some more, see other scenarios, that's what the second study session with City Council will be on July 17th. Then hopefully that'll be a point in time where we could determine finalizing rates and what would be in the Prop 218 notice. That would be mailed out on August 2nd to be able to achieve and schedule a public hearing for September 18th. That seems like quite a bit of time, but you need 45 days between when you send out the notice and when you can schedule your public hearing to have customers or ratepayers come to you and address their concerns.
Okay, so Stephen, have we been given deadlines that we must absolutely do something today?
So we need to come up with a plan.
Yeah.
And there will be further conversation between the legal side of this and the council, as well as staff, about next steps and how we can look at implementing this in a cost-effective way.
Can we kick it down the road till December? I want to know, what are the deadlines that are making us do it today?
I understand. So we're in the process of actually drafting the legal memorandum addressing this issue. And once we have that, we'll provide it to the city council. We'll make sure that includes the deadlines.
Because I would, this is the wrong timing to be doing this. And I know we need to do it, setting aside Chromium 6, setting aside all of the other factors. We need to evaluate our rates every 5 years or so. I know we need to do that. But I'm questioning what's the gun at our head at this point.
I think, how long do we have, Ray, how long do we have to do the
There's no
Chromium
dates.
6 one?
There's
Yeah.
no dates.
Let me understand the question so that I'm clear on the question.
How long do we have before we have to
comply.
comply?
So we have a 2-year window beginning October of this year to comply, fully comply. However, the state has allowed us to prepare a work plan, work with our local district engineer, and if we're making progress, we're showing design efforts and looking towards grant funding, and in this case, even having some sort of financial recommendations to our council, they may extend that 2-year window to another year.
So we could have 3 years.
We have
So we're not even at October.
we have 2 years starting October of this
Yeah,
year.
so we're not even there yet. The other thing that just came to mind when you were talking about that was, gosh, now it left me, and we don't have any time. What did you say? About October?
I'm
2
sorry, so
years?
just so we're on the same page, it will take us 2 years to design this
Right.
project
And we, as
and
of
another 2 years to
October,
construct it, yes.
I say until October.
Wait, okay, but he's saying by October we have to start the design, so we
No,
have,
no, 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 no.
I'll
We have
repeat
to
what
have
I
a
meant to
plan.
say. In October, the law becomes official of this
Right.
year. And when that happens, the time starts. And the 2 years begins this October, so that puts us into October 26th to be fully compliant
Well,
and build a
that's-
construction.
They give us an exception.
and that's not the state. That's not our
Correct.
experience with the state. But
Correct.
the last question I have is, are you already considering these dollars in your fiscal budget that you proposed, or is this in addition to your fiscal budget?
Yeah, so the budget that we're proposing this evening does take into account the first year snapshot of what we're presenting on the long-range finance plan, because we have reserves to absorb the $1 million of Chromium 6.
So your fiscal budget proposal for tonight is incorporating the $5 increase per month.
Let me state it this way. What we included in this fiscal year's budget is just a 1-year snapshot that will not trigger a rate increase because we're dipping into reserves for this coming year. So we're
Oh,
taking
so
from
it's
reserves.
not taking the 5-year.
It's not taking the
Okay.
5 years because we
It's
have
taking the
reserves
reserve.
this
Okay.
first year. When you see that snapshot we presented to you, but as you start extending year over
So
year
these
over
are
year,
2025 it starts.
yeah,
Right.
Yes.
and
Okay.
So Ray, even though I agree with what kind of Lupe says to an extent on the rate in coming up on the first year, because that's what everybody sees. But when you start talking about water rates and what we actually pay for the amount of water we use in this valley, I mean, I paid
Yeah, but
40 years ago in Chino
I know.
$50 40 years ago, and that was a good water bill. I mean, we are so blessed here, and I know $5 is, I mean, it's
It's
an
about to the
impact.
locals.
But still, I mean, our water rates, when you really look at it, and you're talking people with water bills of $40, you go outside the Coachella Valley and tell them that, they look at you like you're friggin' crazy.
I know, but
Yeah, but-
here it's
And the
different.
quality of water is good. I mean, I know, but a lot of this is being forced down our throats by the state.
Yeah, but not today.
Not today, but we're not doing it till 2025.
It's all
No,
about
We just gotta have
timing.
the plan.
It's a- Yeah.
We're taking
I
it
know,
out
I know,
reserve.
I know
Ray?
the plan, but I
I think
don't.
Ray has a
I
comment.
may just conclude, as anyone can conclude, a 6-month deferment, if what I'm hearing that, if you see the slide here, we'll come back to you what that looks like at that time frame, if that's what the council wants to do. And typically what happens as we continue to delay any rate increases is that costs continue to increase, and the effects may be more than what you're seeing today.
Yeah, we're not talking about 6 months deferment in implementation. We're talking about 6-month deferment in decision. But we still want to see more of a leveled approach. Yeah, we're not saying don't do it. I think we're all saying do it. We have to do it if we have to do it.
Sure.
But the timing is what we're questioning. And for you, I know you just want to get it done because it's your job and you want to make sure we comply. I know that's where you're coming from as a department head. But we have to factor in, especially when you're going to be out to the public, we're going to have outreach. You're not just going to do a 218 rate mail. We're going to have outreach, and that takes planning.
If I may just suggest that on July 17th, we have an opportunity to address this feedback that we received today. And what we're hearing is that let's take a look at a scenario that without that pressure of being compliant today, what does that look like? And for example, we can take that smoothing as one opportunity. And the second one would be is to update the next steps. What does it look like if we begin the next steps in January, per se?
But
And what is
why
that?
are we delaying till January if our plan is here now?
I'm sorry, I'm just responding to
We're-
what I'm hearing,
well,
the
we're
input I'm
saying
hearing.
we're
so-
not under the gun to make a plan, and to go out to the public right now and to start telling them that in 2025, they don't care about when, they're only going to hear that their rates are going to go up $5 a month.
So we're gonna wait for 6 months and then tell them then?
Yeah, because it's a better time.
I think now is fine.
I don't think
I
so.
don't know why we need to wait 6 months because
Well, because
you know
you're not up for election.
yeah, but the election has nothing to do with
It
what we're
does.
doing here at the city. No, it
Yes, it
doesn't.
does.
It shouldn't.
Well, it does.
We need to separate that.
Well, you
Do we
can't.
need to go into closed session?
Yep.
Yeah, we need to go into closed session. Thank you, Ray.
Thank you again.
Mayor, before we go into closed session, I'd request to add an item to our closed session agenda under significant exposure to litigation. That would require a 2/3 vote of the city council to add that item.
Okay, so you want to add that, we have 3.1 initiation of litigation. You want to add 3.2 significant exposure as an urgency item, would take a 2/3 vote. Is there a motion to add it to the closed session agenda?
If city attorney is requesting it, I'll motion.
Okay. Motion by Councilmember Ortiz. Second by Mayor Pro Tem Miller. Is there any opposition? No. Unanimous, okay. Do you want to read the closed session, or do we need to do anything, Stephen?
No, you're done.
Okay, thank you. We'll be back at 5 o'clock shortly, right? Good evening, everyone. Welcome to our regularly scheduled City Council meeting for Indio Water Authority, Indio Finance Authority, and City of Indio. Ooh, we're going to start with call to order and roll call, please.
Councilmember Ortiz. Councilmember Holmes.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Miller.
Present.
And Mayor Ramos Amit.
Present.
And for the record, Councilmember Furman is absent.
Mayor,
All right.
could we note whether that absence is excused or not on the minutes?
How do we do that?
There could be a motion by the council to excuse the absence.
Oh, okay.
Put that into the record.
I'll make that motion.
I'll second it.
We have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Miller, second by Councilmember Holmes. Is there any further discussion? No, so that's objects?
Yep.
Okay.
Good.
All right, moving on to invocation. This evening, we have a presenter from Garden Fellowship, Pastor Robert Chapman. Thank you, sir.
Lord, your word tells us where there is no guidance, the people falls, but in an abundance of counselors, there is safety. So, Father, as these leaders and representatives take in information, I pray that they have ears to hear, that their hearts are for the people, and that their minds are wise to make good decisions. I also pray, Lord, that the people that stand and bring subjects and topics, that they speak clearly and confidently, knowing and trusting that we are in your worthy hands. We pray in Christ's name. Amen.
Thank you, Pastor Chapman. We are also joined this evening by a very special guest, Mr. Travis Vera from Van Buren Elementary School. Travis is kind, loving, friendly, intelligent, and athletic. His favorite subject in school is math. When he is not in school, he enjoys playing quarterback of his football team and pitcher for his baseball team. Welcome, Travis. Would you like to lead us?
Yes. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
That is wonderful. We have a little going away gift for you. We hope you enjoy that and show all your friends and let them know that they can have one too if they want to come and see us for a few minutes. But yeah, you guys can go home. You don't have to sit and listen to us. Bye-bye. Oh, that was wonderful. Okay, City Attorney report on closed session.
Thank you, Mayor. We have no reportable action out of today's closed session, and that does include the item that was added, significant exposure to litigation. Thank you.
Our next item, City Manager reports and information.
Thank you, Mayor. We do have, as a part of our Food Truck Fridays, just want to announce a July 4th celebration. Now, that is July 5th. The Friday, but downtown here will be a great event that we look forward to having and inviting the community. There'll be a drone show as part of that, a very patriotic celebration. So please make it down on Food Truck Fridays in an expanded block party version in celebration of the 4th. And as a segue to that, I have asked Chief Tolley to provide some information to the council and the community relative to the illegal fireworks that take place and how we're enforcing and trying to deter those. Chief?
Thank you, City Manager, Mayor, Council. Good evening, everybody. I'd like to just update you on our efforts to curtail or illegal fireworks in the city of Indio. We have, if you've looked on our social media page, we have made a number of arrests and recovered hundreds of pounds of illegal fireworks. And we're going to continue that investigative effort through the week of July 4th. Beginning the weekend of July 4th, we are going to do proactive patrols throughout the city to include both uniformed and ununiformed personnel to look for illegal use and activity of fireworks. I just wanted to also let the public know that we'll be utilizing our drones to actually pinpoint the exact location of the uses of the drone activities. So just want to notify everybody and just say that we look forward to the community using safe and sane fireworks, and we encourage everybody to just use those types of fireworks and have a safe and happy holiday.
Thank you, Chief. Is that it? Thank you, City Manager. Our next item is number 6, report on City Council external, internal boards, commissions, and committee meetings, and report on meetings attended per Government Code Section 53232.3D. Councilmember Ortiz, are you ready?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you, Mayor. I first wanted to thank staff for their great work in our downtown. I've been sharing the recent news articles on the Desert Sun and KESQ, which shows some of the great progress our staff has been making in our downtown area. This weekend I attended the webinar with Aqua, where they discussed opportunities in solar energy with microgrids, battery storage, and how to maximize benefits based on the changing cost of power throughout the day. I also had a call with some students from UC Davis, where we discussed the emerging opportunities of hydrogen as a form of energy storage and transportation fuel. They were conducting interviews to see how elected officials view the future of hydrogen power. Last Friday, I attended the public meeting for the Chuckwalla National Monument, where about 1,000 people showed up, mostly in support of the National Monument designation. We had quite a few elected officials show up as well, and local nonprofits and community members. This was the last step in the process, so now we'll be waiting to see, hopefully hearing about a designation soon. I also attended the CVAG Energy and Sustainability Commission. We discussed the increase in air quality issues over the past year since Hurricane Hillary. We were supposed to hear from AQMD, but they had some scheduling issues, so we're reaching out to urgently schedule a meeting with the chair and vice chair, which is me and Linda Evans from La Quinta, as well as CVAG staff, county staff, and the county supervisor. We'll also be preparing a draft letter so that we can have cities sign on to it next Monday at the CVAG General Assembly. One of the issues CVAG brought up is that the Air Quality District hasn't declared any issues with the air quality in our region, so we want to get together with them and look at the data to determine if we're eligible for any state or federal assistance, and if we're not, then why not. I also attended a workshop on air quality with the Desert Healthcare District, where they showed a lot of data coming in showing how air quality is affecting our health, our economy, and our families' medical costs from prescriptions and emergency services. Air quality is now a critical top issue in the entire Coachella Valley, and we'll be watching this closely and work together with our local partners to respond accordingly as best as we can. I also attended the Waste Transfer JPA meeting with Councilmember Miller and our partners in Coachella. We approved this year's budget and discussed a tipping fee for the Conservation Commission. We approved the $1 tipping fee and directed staff to bring us recommendations on any fees that may be legally owed since the last contract was signed. I would also like to acknowledge 2 important historical events in June, which are Juneteenth and the Stonewall Uprising. Juneteenth was the day the last large population of African American slaves in America were actually freed in Galveston, Texas on June 19, 1865. The Stonewall Uprising was 55 years ago on June 28, 1969, when the New York City police attempted to raid a gay club for no reason other than they were serving the gay community. The gay community at the Stonewall Inn, tired of discrimination, ended up fighting back against the raid, which set off 6 days of protest, and this fundamentally changed the future of the gay rights movement. So my recommendation, actually a request for our council, if there is council support, could we add these 2 historical events to the list of historical events that we acknowledge in our outreach materials and in our list of community events? I know we've recently discussed increasing some of our community events here, such as the Veterans Day and 4th of July events, so I wanted to see if we can get council direction to add those as well.
Are those national holidays? I don't even know. Juneteenth is. What was the other one?
Juneteenth is the Stonewall Uprisings, but it really led to Pride Month. So it's kind of related to
Yeah,
Pride
I don't know.
Month
Whatever
there.
the federal holiday is, we can include it on our city calendar and information.
And so Pride Month, you guys want to leave that out of all of our
Well,
events?
whatever's, we acknowledge national holidays. So if it's a national holiday, we do acknowledge it.
Okay.
Is that it?
That's it.
Thank you. Councilmember Holmes?
Okay, 'tis the season, things are a little bit lighter. And to follow on with what Councilmember Ortiz mentioned, downtown is really looking great. We attended the second Saturday at the new stage. So outside of the Abby Carter performance, this is the first time that we were able to attend a concert at the stage. It was second Saturday. It was heat wave. People were just out there enjoying. It was great to see kids and adults and a few people even danced and just enjoyed the evening. It was an absolute perfect evening. And what's really super nice about downtown is that there are just cars that are just going slow just to check out what's been going on with downtown. And so that's a very exciting thing to see. We have made significant strides, and thank you, staff, for moving us in that direction. Let's see, I attended the East Valley Reclamation Authority meeting along with Mayor Pro Tem. Really what we passed the budget with an ending fund balance of $400,000, and just to let everyone know that even though we are perhaps not recognizing this year that we're in a drought situation, the reality is that drought is out there. The drought is something we need to take into consideration. And so part of this is the recycled water project, and that will allow us to, recycle and reuse the water so that we're drought-proofing our community in the larger area and protecting the local groundwater basin. It just really helps all of us. And then a lot of that water, that wastewater, will then go to some of the golf courses. That's the short version of a 1-hour meeting. But it's very, very important that we understand that. Let's see, what else do I have? I met with Laura James. CVEP has had sort of a changing of the guard, as it were, and Laura James is moving into that CEO position, and given some of the perhaps views of CVEP, I was eager to sit down with Laura James and talk about what her vision for the future is. And really, at the end of the day, CVEP should be about business acquisition and retention, particularly, some of the mid-range and larger businesses. And she certainly, is trying to push an agenda forward that includes business acquisition and retention, really serving the cities of the East Valley in addition to CVEP being sort of focused on the West End. So it was a good conversation, more to be considered, and we'll see how all of that unfolds. I did have, Mayor, one question. Last year we approved the sales of Safe and Sane. That wasn't something I approved at the time, but the council approved Safe and Sane fireworks. But what I noticed is that they're being sold through July 6th. July 4th is when they should be sold, period. So I'm wondering why we are selling fireworks, Safe and Sane, though they may be, past the 4th of July. 4th of July comes, we do the fireworks, people use Safe and Sane fireworks, and then we're done. You buy them on the 4th, and we're done.
What day does it land on the 4th?
Thursday.
Thursday this year.
Maybe it's because it's Friday and Saturday.
You know what?
That's
the
when they're probably
4th of
getting a lot of
July is
sales.
how we celebrate our nation with fireworks, not the 5th and 6th.
Yeah, well, and then Chief of Police just mentioned that they're only going to patrol through the 4th, so I hope that's not when they end, but yes, City Manager.
Yeah, we as staff thought of the same thing that Councilmember Holmes brought up, and our ordinance actually calls for it to be sold through the 6th. So if there's a desire to bring that back,
Please.
you just need to modify that date and slide it back a couple
I
of
don't
days,
know.
no matter what
Always
day
been
it falls on.
able to be through the 6th? Or
That's-
only when it comes on a holiday is...
It's always through the 6th. And
Yeah.
that,
Learn
whenever
something
that was,
new every
I didn't realize that either. So if we bring that back, it looks like there's interest to do so.
Well-
Pretty easy modification. Doesn't mean that enforcement shouldn't continue, but
Right.
at least they wouldn't be sold past that, the Safe and Sane.
So, can this be a minute order, City Attorney? Because if you bring it back, I mean, two of us don't support it already. Why bring it back? Could it be a minute order just to adjust the date?
Well, it sounds like the city manager's already looked into it, and the date is in the ordinance. So we would need to bring it back an amendment to the
For a
ordinance.
second
But-
reading and everything?
Yeah, first reading, second reading. So we'll get that started. We may have to suffer on the 5th and the 6th this year.
No, just police will be busy.
Very good. But we'll bring that back for an update.
All right, so then Chief of Police, that gives you a chance to bite at it too. To add any thing that you need to help enforce. Thank you. Okay. Thank you, Mayor. All right, Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll go off of Evora, which is the East Valley Reclamation Authority, where Councilmember Holmes talked about that. Not only did we pass the budget, but we had some information from Ray Trejo, who's our general manager from Indio Water Authority, talking about why we're going to utilize that water and the relationships that Valley Sanitation District, along with Indio Water Authority, are working towards. To the water from the city has always been utilized, then dumped back in the channel. It's been cleaned to a little bit and then dumped to the channel, goes back to the Salton Sea, and it's millions of gallons of water that we can utilize for recyclable. And we're looking at the north side, which we already have a pipe that goes underneath the freeway to be able to utilize it. So we're looking at some of our partners there at Indio Water Authority, is also with Fantasy Springs and some others, to see if we can utilize that water and then save the other water that they're using now from the ground table to expand our growth as we continue to go along. And then also at the same time, Ray was telling us that this is the first year in many years that we actually had more water. The water table rise to 100,000 acre feet of water, and 42 billion gallons of water came back into our aquifer. So for the first time in many years, it's gone up. Not that we don't need to conserve, but that's a good sign. Not only that our groundwater is able to be held, but also at the same time it's helping us to raise our conserving goals without having to worry about being short of water. So that's a good sign. When Oscar Ortiz, our council member, and I met with for our waste transfer station, we had unfortunately not put in a $1 ton fee when we changed over to a county contract that we'd done years ago. Misstep on everybody's part, didn't get caught. One of the reasons was we started taking our waste out of Riverside County and it goes to Imperial, so we weren't collecting $1. The $1 goes to the Coachella Valley Conservation Commission, and it's used to acquire land, and it's something we all agreed to do. So we agreed to go ahead and put that $1 back on, but they're looking at asking us to go back and look at paying possibly $200,000 of back fees that haven't been done. And at the Coachella Valley Conservation Commission, which I was at, Linda Evans brought up that if we were not able to come up with that money, or did not want to come back with that money, that they would ask about us being kicked out of the MHCP, which is the conservation goals that have being able to let us use our long-term conservation as not having to worry about building permits and going to Fish and Game every time.
The MUSCHP?
Yep, MHCP.
They can't kick us out.
Yeah, well, she says we're not in compliance because we didn't pay. So that's something that we're going to be looking at, and we're going to have to go back and figure out. There'll be some issues there. And lastly, there was a couple of scholarship events. CVCT, Coachella Valley Community Trust, hosted 8 students from the East Valley, gave them scholarships, and also Dr. Carry On did 66 students, and it was down at Coachella Valley High School. For the first time, they're going to start using high schools, different high schools every year, to host the scholarships, and that's great to see. So you're talking about 74 students that will be able to have some funding going towards college, and CVCT gave $1,000. The average for Dr. Carry On was $2,500 per student for as long as they're in college. So that's great to see, and my hat's off to both of them. And Madam Mayor, that's it.
Thank you everyone for your reports. I didn't have any meetings this last 30 days. The only thing that I would like to share with staff is that we'd like to schedule sooner rather than later a study session to discuss the future of the Tamale Festival. We went out to RFP, so we already have some responses that we can take a look at as far as what their proposals were, not the dollar amount, but the proposals as to how they would proceed with the Tamale Festival, so that we can discuss how we really want to proceed with it.
That was set to be on the next agenda, but as an agenda item, but you'd prefer a study session?
A study session.
Or both, perhaps?
So that, for both what?
Well, you could have a study session and then an action item as well, if you wanted to take action.
Oh, well, I guess you could. We don't know how it'll end up, because it could end up many ways, but we could.
Yeah, it's just a time, the amount of planning time up to just as soon as possible. So that's why it's planned for the next agenda, so we can do both.
Yeah. Okay, and then so we move on to item number 7. City Clerk, you want to explain this to the public? It's new on our agenda.
Mayor, I'll defer to City Attorney. Thank you.
Yes, I am to blame for the addition of item 7. we've been looking at best practices on Levine Act disclosures. You'll notice at a recent meeting, we did have a member of the city council who had to notify the council that they had to recuse themselves because of the Levine Act. We thought, most cities put it in the boilerplate elsewhere on the agenda. We thought it might be more helpful, especially since, we have some regular recusals on items, especially in the downtown. It might be better just to have a place on the agenda where we handle that business, Mayor. Of course, this is your agenda, so if you'd like that place somewhere else or taken off, we can, but we were just hoping that it would make life a little easier for everyone involved.
I guess get it out of the way early.
I'm good either way.
Okay, we'll try it this way.
Can you, sorry, can you give a quick overview of the Levine Act for the community?
Yes, so the Levine Act is a law that's been on the books for quite a while, but it's only recently been extended to cover local elected government officials. And it's an anti-pay-to-play statute. And what it prohibits is a city council member from participating in either a contract that was not competitively bid, or a land use permit or entitlement for an individual or applicant who has made a campaign contribution of more than $250 during any 12-month period preceding and following that decision. So the most common example of this is you may have someone who's making a land use application. Most of those get handled by the Planning Commission. So if one of those appeared on the agenda and they had made a campaign contribution to a member of the council, we'd want to make sure that we flag that and that council member recused themselves.
Okay. Old law, just refresher, I guess. Item number 8, consent calendar. Is there a request to pull any of the items?
I do have a recusal on item number 8.7 because I own property in the downtown area, so.
Okay, well, you don't have to leave if we don't
I'd
have
like to pull
anything else.
8.4 if I could,
Oh, see, we'll blame it on Glenn.
Yep, there you go. One quick one.
Okay, Glenn, go ahead.
City Manager, I know this is the COD parking lot, and we've discussed this, and as we're trying to build our downtown, and a lot of this parking is going to be taken up by the College of the Desert, and we made an agreement in terms of it was going to be a parking structure we'd help when we bought the property. We did where the old white steel was, and now they're just going to do a parking lot there that will take so many cars, and we've got the new housing going in, we have new restaurants, new businesses. If it becomes overwhelming, what's our leverage to stop them from continuing and to make sure that they then do their obligation to build the parking structure?
They do in this proposed MOU agree to consult with us and work in good faith if the demand is there. Initially, they may be right. This surface lot probably accommodates the near term, but their own traffic study indicates that much more parking is needed. We do know funds are available, but they're programmed for other sites. So to answer your question, I'm not sure there's a legal way to say you must build the traffic structure. But if we have to do over time permit parking on the road where if the students are taking up space in front of the businesses or in parking lots for the businesses, there are ways to try to mitigate that impact, and that might prompt them to take more action for more parking.
Yeah, I just think maybe we should have a COD 2-on-2 that we have already proposal to talk to them about where we should go with this. I'm trying to preempt it before we have a problem. Like I said, we have the new housing on 2 housing units going in. We have all the stuff going in downtown. And as you can see, the parking is already extreme, and not all our businesses are open along just miles alone. And as we continue to build on some of these other areas, I know we're building a parking lot next to IPAC, but as soon as the Desert Beverage Brewing opens up, I have the feeling that's going to be filled, and then along with Prue. But as we start to get more and more people in here, especially the older generation that are want to come in and don't want to do a lot of walking, it's going to affect some of the stuff we're working for. So I just think we just need to kind of let them know that there's things out there. I mean, we've invested, along with other people, over $200 million into the downtown area. And we appreciate their support, but they really need to think outside the box and realize that we're partners in this and that we have a long-term goal, and we don't want it hampered by them. The college does a great asset, don't get me wrong, but, you know, as times change and if there is a problem, what do we do then?
Well, it was well said in that as each of you meet with the trustees of the district, and I know that's been done, but it can continue to be done, that we just count on them to continue to work. It's going to take political push. Probably, my estimation is the next round of some bond measure in the future. And if we're well poised and have that good argument, I think the next time they're out, we need to make sure that's a project that's inserted in the list. And in this agreement, as I stated, they agree to evaluate and include that if they think it's needed.
Councilmember Ortiz?
I remember we talked before about the construction of the current parking lot, which is just the ground level, but having something that would make it easier to implement a second floor, right? Is that included
Exactly,
in this process?
yes. Yeah, thank you. That's a great point, because as long as they're at it, they might as well build it and design it in such a way that we can all as a team go vertical. And it will be designed that way. They've committed to do that.
Nice.
It's just the cost differential here. They're estimating somewhere between $4 and $5 million for a surface lot, and something like 28 or 30 million for a structure. These are just very, very expensive. So it's going to take a lot of money to do what we need to have done eventually there.
Yeah, that's a lot of money, and I don't know if we put a parking cooperative overlay on that parking lot by Applebee's, but if we did, can they release us from it so we can do something with it? That was our solution to their initial building. We built that parking lot for the initial building because they didn't want to do it. And in this MOU somehow, if they can release that property to us, it would better be used as an economic development than a parking lot.
We will research that. It was my understanding it's just a general public parking, but if somehow...
It was built for COD, so I don't know if there was a condition put on it, but if there is, this is the time to ask them to remove it.
Okay, and Mayor, I neglected a couple of other check marks I had, so it looks like I need to recuse myself on 8.4 and 8.5. So 8.4, 8.5, and 8.7.
City Attorney, you have anything to say about that?
No time like the present. We're discussing 8.4, so if you'd like to step off the dais.
Thank you. Okay, so hearing no other requests to have any more staff reports, do we have a motion?
I'll make a motion to do 8.4, 8.5, and 8.7 as presented.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem and a second by Councilmember Ortiz. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, please indicate your vote electronically. Motion passes 3-1-1. So we have the remainder of the agenda on consent, eliminating 8.4, 8.5, 8.7. Any other discussion or requests for information?
I'll make a motion to accept the consent calendar. The other items, 8.1, 8.3, 8.6, and then 8.8 through 21.
I'll second that.
All right, we have a motion and a second by Mayor Pro Tem Miller, second by Councilmember Ortiz. Any further discussion? Hearing none, please indicate your vote electronically. Motion passes 4-1. Thank you. 4-0-1. Moving on to item number 9, administrative items. 9.1 is the city resolution number 10447, 10449, 10450, and Indio Housing Authority resolution 2024-15, and Indio Water Authority resolution number 2024-81, operating a capital improvement budget, the capital improvement program, the appropriations limit, the citywide classification, compensation plan, the operating budget for the Indio Housing Authority, and the operating and capital budget for the Indio Water Authority. Miss Voila,
Yes.
finally, your big moment.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Ruby Walla, Director of Finance for the City of Indio. This evening, I will be presenting the overall recommended budget of $365 million for the City of Indio. My presentation will also include the recommended budget for the Indio Water Authority. Before I begin, I would like to take the opportunity to thank staff for their time and effort in preparing the 24-25 fiscal year budget that we are going to present to you today. If you should have any questions during my presentation, please feel free to stop me, ask any questions, as well as staff is here available to answer any questions along the way regarding their departments or projects that we present tonight. So tonight's agenda, our intent, present the overall financial plan for the 24-25 fiscal year. The focus is the citywide operational and capital budget, overviewing general fund, Indio Water Authority, Housing Authority. And the goal of tonight is to adopt the 24-25 fiscal year recommended budget. The budget assumptions, some of these we went over during the study session on May 15th. So we have conservative revenue projections, salary and benefit adjustments, MOU changes, debt service obligations. It also includes one-time rollover projects, and then continuation of the existing capital plan. Here we wanted to recap the study session on revenues. So on revenues, there are no significant changes from what we presented at the study session. For general fund, it's approximately $120 million that we're estimating. But as we discussed on the May 15th study session, we are seeing flattening of revenues, and what you see there is actually a decrease that we're recommending moving into the new fiscal year in certain categories after analyzing our year-to-date actuals. And significantly, you'll see the shift in, use of assets, concert ticket agreements, music festivals, just activity that's there, and that also trends, as you've seen. Depends on activity that happens for the festivals, the lineup, you've all seen that. So that could go up, it could go down, but what we're seeing now is that it's actually the lowest year that we've had, so we've made some revenue adjustments there, and that was actually as presented at the May 15th study session. Here I wanted to depict the actual just tax revenue for the city, so you can actually see the flattening of those revenues. And so that's how we approach the budget this year with those assumptions. This screen is small, but what I wanted to share here is separate from the study session is to show these changes that we today's recommended budget that's before you. Overall, in summary, the recommended budget has gone up $765,000 in comparison, and I wanted to highlight the few items that drive that. Most significantly, across all departments, you will see changes for salary allocations, and that is as we're moving forward, we have merits, we have other salary scale adjustments that we're doing within the budget, as well as internal service fund adjustments that we did throughout that cut across all departments. On slide 1, the other change other than that is the addition that was not presented at the study session was the addition of an events coordinator. And that is actually assigned to the economic development department, and you would see that there. Slide 2. The recommended addition of $362,500 is actually for the trash enclosure program that's currently funded this fiscal year. These are recognized expenses that are already appropriated, looking to continue the program through next fiscal year. So we're capturing those funds in this category. And then also what you have here is the $1 million contribution to the Section 115 trust to fund future pension funded liabilities for the city. That was a recommendation at the study session. Not so much we didn't embed it in the appropriations. That was presented below the line After all the appropriations with the surplus that we recognize, that we would attribute that to the unfunded liability. So this has now been added into the appropriations to that effect. And then there was also one position in there that was added, building fellow position. So the city is actively working on building its own, and building has identified an opportunity to have a building intern, a building fellow. So that is what that part-time position reflects there. And then lastly, what we did cover at the study session is annexation funding that's currently programmed this year for $690,000. That through our budget discussions was identified that has not been expensed as of yet or engaged. You did have that agreement come forward, I believe, to you already, but it was recognized, we pushed it forward for $690 to recognize that budget to roll into the 24-25 fiscal year. Since then, staff has recognized that they don't need the full $690, so we adjusted that appropriation there. So lastly, we have slide 3, which is the end of that summary sheet there, which will show that 795,000 variance. And so the third slide, similar to the others, shows changes relative to the various salary and benefit changes that we discussed. In totality, the recommended general fund budget increased $795,000, and that's significantly driven by that $1 million addition to for the contribution for the unfunded liability parts, Section 115 trust. Any questions? Moving forward, we would like to highlight Measure X. Going into the 24-25 fiscal year, we are looking at moving forward with the commitment of $5 million for streets and roads, as well as designating $5 billion as a set-aside funding for the PD admin building for the Phase 2 of the Public Safety Campus. $5 million. Next, we have the authorized and funded positions. So we're looking at going into 24-25 with 349 funded positions comprised of full-time, elected, appointed, and part-time. The proposed is the 3 positions, which we kind of briefly discussed earlier. It was 1 full-time, which is an events coordinator, a part-time, an intern in the city beautification, and a building fellow for the building and safety department. Overall, in summary, the general fund, we have $122.9 million in expenditures, revenue at $120.8 million, puts us at a deficit of 2.1, but I wanted to highlight 3.2 million of that are funds that are actually programmed in this budget and will be reappropriated into next year's budget, leaving us with an estimated surplus of 1.1 million, which the same 500,000 which was presented at the study session is also being recommended to be reallocated to the rainy day fund for the city's emergency fund, which would actually raise it from 18 million to 18.5 million in reserves, which leaves 600,000 estimated as unobligated funds.
What's our reserve goal?
15%.
And what's that amount?
15.3. The 18.5 puts us at 15.3% based on revenues.
Okay, that's okay.
Yeah. So are there any other questions here? This is the end of the general fund. Any? Okay. So what's different this year than in previous years, and I explained that at the study session, is that I've taken the liberty to also run with and present the Indio Water Authority. Indio Water Authority staff are here as well to answer any questions. This one's similar to how we presented the general fund. However, there are no changes in revenue estimates here. It's still a 2%, estimated 2% in revenues that they're looking at increasing, the same as what we presented at the study session. And then here we have the expenditure summary, and that includes capital and operations. There were changes to the expenditure plan. Most significantly were the changes that we made to internal service fund allocations. Post the study session, we continued to look at allocations in the internal service fund, and we identified there was some one-time contributions that were still working through the allocation, and we removed those moving forward into the recommended budget. So they had one-time internal service funds allocations for projects this current fiscal year, so we're not rolling those into the new fiscal year. And overall, here's the summary of the Indio Water Authority. Total operating revenue of $25.3 million, with their total expenditures of $37.2, using some of the unallocated fund balance, which is actually retaining their unallocated fund balance at $22 million. I just wanted to go back and just significantly of that, what that is capital contributions. The capital improvement plan, those will actually be presented to you during public hearing, one for the city and one for Indio Water Authority. And the reasoning behind that is because we have to have findings when we are using development impact fees for the use of those funds on specific projects, and several projects capture those development impact fee sources. So here's a summary of the overall plan, that the budgets that are in our programs. The city has $136 million in capital projects, and those have various funding sources for those. Those are on pages 157 through 158 in the summary sheet with detail. Indio Water Authority, the expenditure plan is about $10.1 million, and you can find those on pages 222 through 225. So now we'll move forward with the resolutions that are before you in this item to be approved, considered for your approval. Resolution number 10447 can be found on page Roman numeral 5, which is adopting the fiscal year 2024-2025 operating and capital budget for the City of Indio. Resolution 10449, found on page Roman numeral 8, determining and establishing the City of Indio's appropriations limit for fiscal year 24-25. Resolution number 10450, found on page Roman numeral 15, is approving a citywide classification and compensation plan and authorizing the city manager to implement the said plan effective July 1st, 2024. I will turn it over to City Attorney, who will now read off any adjustments in this resolution pertaining to executive staff salary ranges.
Lucky me. Government Code Section 54953 within the Brown Act requires an oral report on any changes to the compensation of a local agency executive, or increases of a local agency executive. That is the city manager, department heads, or any other employees who are operating under a contract. I did want to note that there is no change to the city manager's compensation for this fiscal year. The salary and the words by contract, that's going to be removed. That is the salary. It's not changing over the fiscal year. The positions that I do need to report, and I'm just going to report the maximum potential compensation. This is not the actual, it's the maximum potential. All of the employees that I'm going to list off here do not receive automatic step increases. They only receive merit increases following a performance evaluation. So that is the assistant police chief at $17,763.88 per month. Assistant city manager, it's a new position, $22,750 per month. And then the following positions all have the same maximum salary of $96,017 per month. And those are Director of Community Development, Director of Economic Development, Director of Finance, Director of Human Resources and Risk Management, and Director of Public Works. We do have staff available to answer any questions you may have about those adjustments.
Did you intentionally skip Chief of Police? Is that not required?
It's not being increased.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, Chief.
Ms. Waller, do you have more?
Yes, almost done. So moving on to the completion of the resolutions, we have Resolution 2024-15 that can be found on page Roman numeral 21, adopting fiscal year 2024-2025 budget for the Indio Housing Authority, Resolution 2024-81, found on Roman numeral page 25, adopting the fiscal year 2024-25 budget for the Indio Water Authority. And our recommendation is staff recommends that the City Council and Board approve resolution numbers 10447, 10449, 10450, Indio Housing Authority Resolution number 2024-15, and Indio Water Authority Resolution 2024-81. We are available for any questions that you have.
Thank you, Ms. Wella. Ms. Holmes, do you have any questions? Mr. Ortiz? No? Mayor Pro Tem?
I got a comment. So, thank you for the hard work and dedication to all the budget. I know it's what a massive thing it is, and you're brand new and did an amazing job. I got a comment on the capital improvement, and it has nothing to do with you, but on the $5 million we set aside for the police, public safety administration building, I'm good with the $5 million set aside, but I know we're trying to build up a fund to do it. But by the time we get to that fund, by the time we get around to building it, it's going to cost us as much as if we had somebody else build it. I'd like to look at this city going out. Our number one obligation as a city council is to have a safe city. And we got a brand new, beautiful building for fire, a brand new, beautiful building for police, but for the troops, we don't have anything. It's a building that's been there for many years, and one of the reasons we went to the new building was to qualify for some of the other opportunities of getting more officers, having an opportunity to be more efficient. And I think without putting that money into that building sooner than later, it's going to cost us more money to look at doing like a design build, Tillman Coyle or whoever else is out there, and pay over a period of time using that first $5 million to pay off what it is that we're going to do. And the reason I say design build is because then we don't have to go out and do the design. We can work with them, get it built up, have them fund it up front, and then use the $5 million to start funding it back over a period of time, whatever they feel is efficient. If it's 20 years that we have to pay it back, so it's $1.8 million. Say it costs us $30 million to build it, and we have to pay $6 million more to give them what they do and invest in it. It's a wise choice because in 8 to 10 years, whatever the time frame might be, it's going to be more money. We see that on the bridge on Jefferson, which was $68 million. The one on Monroe Street now is $125 million. And I think the morale of our troops, and then also the opportunity to then not only keep officers, but also go out and engage new officers to come into the city, outweighs any issues that we can have. I think we can utilize that $5 million to start going towards that goal, and I think we need to do it sooner than later.
Would you direct us to the page, please, Ms. Walla, for the CIP projects?
Yes.
I'm looking at section 5, but...
As we're moving there, yes, we're exploring, in fact, the very option you discussed last meeting. We have an inquiry into this opportunity for a lease back, a private lease back that could expedite things. I don't believe we're in the 5, 6, 7 year time frame. I think we're in the 2 or 3 year time frame. Inflation does eat up some of those funds. It's much like if you want to go buy a house, the larger down payment you have, it reduces your mortgage payment. If our mortgage payment is higher, that will handcuff the council with regard to any other additional operational costs you may want to consider. So when we present this to you, as you just asked for, it's good that we lay out all of these options so you can evaluate them all. It's a trade-off. So if you have a higher mortgage payment, then you're going to not be able to pay as much at your house for different things. That's the trade-off. Or if you kind of split the baby, which is kind of what we recommend, you pay a little bit down so your mortgage payment isn't so high, and that gives you a little room and cushion for whatever comes up. But that's certainly up to you guys. There are 5 ways probably to slice it, but your comment is very wise with regard to the inflationary costs of construction. So if you're talking about an 7, 8, 9, 10 year window, say that's 5 to 10% a year, you know, like you get eaten up real fast.
Well, I think it's not only that. I think the morale of, I think it's the morale of our troops. I think it's the opportunity to go out and look at other opportunities for bringing in new officers. We do the parking lot. You're going to have an old building sitting there in the middle of 2 brand new buildings with a parking lot. And yeah, does it handicap us a little bit? Yeah, but what is the investment in our police officers worth? And that's why I look at it a little bit differently. If we would have not started the other building and we would have come through, I would have said, yes, okay, here we are, we're looking at something. But to invest all that money into that old building, and we got to do some upgrades, air conditioning, other stuff. We don't have enough lockers. I just think it's investing in ourselves, which is going to be in the long run. And if we have to later on, and Rob can tell us this later, if we have to go back and rebond, then we rebond and pay it off early. I think there's a lot of ways. That $5 million will go a long term. And if we have 2 years, say it takes us 3 years to build up $15 million we put down as a down payment. That's 3 years. We're not going to start right after that. So 3 years plus another year to get everything going out and going. If we do a design build where we have the actual contractor go do it, they can start any time. They can go right off of our buildings here right into there and start going away. I think if there's a will, there's a way. And I would say if we didn't do the other buildings, absolutely. But having one brand new building there for half our staff and where all our guys have to go and ladies have to go back to change and go down into that thing where the gym is and everything else in the old building, it just doesn't make any sense to me as it all. And I think if we have the will, we can get it done.
Yeah, I've asked myself the same question because it was before my time. I had to research a little bit. What was the decision pattern that caused for some of them to be built and one of them not?
Well, let me interject, though, because I need to make sure the record's clear. We were never asked. So there's no thought process. It was one person that made a decision.
Yeah. My research shows that there was a discussion in this room about what should be a phase and what should be done. What's obvious is what the decision was made was there would not be the admin building built at this time. And that's not what's kind of being thought now. It's obvious that was the result of the decision because it wasn't done. And when I arrived, after that discussion was had, there was no discussion of designing a building. There was no discussion of phase two. That came as Mayor Pro Tem indicated, as you see all this done, saying, what about the admin building? When I arrived, it was a discussion of renovation. So we kind of have to live with the decision that we didn't put it in the original public safety campus. It wasn't even in the entitlement. So when this project went to the Planning Commission, again, we're talking about 2019, 2020, so some years ago, what was presented to the Planning Commission, the design and the elevations, there wasn't even an admin building in that approval of elevation design review, and so forth. So if you're thinking, well, it was going to come right after phase one, you would have included that. You would have said, okay, this is going to happen, and then we're going to do this. Just the remobilization to do that project right on the heels of the others is probably $1 million or $2 million. So if the thought was to build the admin building right as the others were done, boy, that couldn't have been the case because you would have just done them at the same time. You would have
we weren't asked. That's what I'm telling you.
I think
we weren't asked.
Yeah.
I agree in terms. Let's say it did. Now we need to fix it.
Yeah.
So that's
is what I'm getting at.
Okay, so yeah, great point. So that's where I was headed, exactly that. So now we have to live with where we're at and decide which is the best way to attack what we're all agreeing that it has to be done. How do we best get there? If we show you those trade-offs, you'll be able to decide, okay, do we want to be a little more aggressive? Do we want to split the baby? Do we want to wait? That'll be up to you. So you'll have all of those laid out. And there are ways to deliver, but if we start designing now, which is the plan, funds in this budget are for the design of the building, we won't need to draw down all of the cash at once. So we could begin construction within a short time frame after the design, even if we haven't borrowed yet. In fact, we began the public safety campus without the borrowing yet. It was a little risky, but we wanted to move the thing ahead. So it can be done relatively fast, but if you'll trust us to at least present those options to you, there is a way that would be more economical, there's a way that would be faster, and there's probably somewhere in the middle. It'll be up to you.
I think if we can get that done as quick and then work with the police chief and the groups that are involved, and then obviously Tim and those we want to do. We don't want enough. There's never going to be enough money. But I think this is just important for our future and for our troops and actually the city as a whole to be able to make sure we have that. We have the concerts. We have all these individuals here. We need the resources to be able to make sure that they got the best of what they have to do, especially when we're asking them to do so much for us, and especially having a small staff. But hopefully we don't have that for long. But I appreciate that if we could bring that back and obviously get consensus, and away we'll go.
So Ms. Waller, did you find that page? 157 of the tab 10. Oh, do I have the wrong book? I don't have a second book. Okay, so 157. That doesn't have. Oh, I don't have 157.
Well, it's 158. That's what it is.
I know.
Because of and then there's the binder page, and then that's 158.
It's on the bottom.
Where? No, I know, but where's one page? Where's the titles?
Down here.
On the back page? Okay. All right. So this is what we're accustomed to taking a look at. A wish list is what we call it.
It's on the front. Right.
Yeah, I know that one, but I'm talking about all the CIPs.
Oh, yeah.
You know, a wish list, and from our perspective, there is really never any of them that are off the list. We want them all. So what we always ask staff to do is to help us get there, which means let's just queue everything up that we can, so that when either funding becomes available or it's time to go out to bond, which I'm not sure when that is, I guess it's not for a long time now. When we know that there's still needs that we need to meet and we're not able to go out and get money, then we have to think about creative ways of achieving what needs to be achieved, because the growth has not stopped and I don't think it's going to stop. So we need to make sure that we continue to build for what we have and for what's coming. So, yeah, I think that that conversation about the second phase not moving forward, I don't know who had that conversation, but it wasn't us. But what I'm basically trying to say is we want it all, and we don't know how to get there. So that's why you wonderful people are here, and Rob is leaving us, but he helped us for 20 years now, almost, huh? To get where we are. So we know there's a way, Ruby.
Yeah.
And your name is Ruby, so put your ruby red slippers on
Yeah.
and find us a way.
Be happy to do that. And,
Yeah.
and we did work with Public Works and the aggressive plan that's already in place, and Public Works doing what they're doing and everything, all the beauty you see throughout the city being built. So this is continuing to champion that, adding a few new things and identifying what I've learned in the last 3 months in the CIP has been pretty remarkable, and working with Public Works and his team. So yeah, we are working hard to make sure that we can champion these and make sure we have the funding for it, and if not, how are we going to do it?
Yeah, thank you, because we don't want to.
So Brian, you'll bring that back to us?
Yes, and maybe if it's a related comment, since all of these were already approved at one time, it doesn't mean that you couldn't. Now, some of these are in motion, so it's a little harder to stop or start. But
No, we want them all.
okay, yeah. So that's what's presented. Now, there was a little bit of flow.
Yeah, we know.
There was some savings off of some projects, and our initial debt service for the public safety campus is a little less this year. So there's a little extra money that, as Ms. Wall indicated, some went towards Jackson and Monroe, the interchanges, and then some went to this $5 million. It's not that we'll have that every year. Those are the only adds. To the comment the mayor's making, though, if there are like a handful of other projects you'd like us to consider, if some of these fall out, maybe at mid-year, for example, we'll know more, and you could say, okay, well, here are the 5 or 6 that we'd like to be the next priorities when money's available. The question there would beg the question back to the public safety campus admin building. If there is extra money, wouldn't that be the top priority? Mm-hmm. And since we're $35 million or $30 million short, it'd be like any extra money would go there. So maybe that ought to be your direction. If that's what is the priority?
Well,
and
yeah,
I think
we need
that's
to
where
talk about it.
Yeah, I think that's where the design build comes in, and have somebody else do it. And then when we open it up, make sure that we can, when we bond, rebond, or do what we have to do, that we can pay it off at a rate that is convenient. And I just think that there's a will, there's a way on this, and I think it's important that we do it. But there's, like I said, we're not going to come up with $35 million but there is a way, I think there's partners out there that we'll work with. I think Tilden Coil would be one that would work with this. We have other people that could do it too, so
Yeah,
I appreciate it.
it's easier on the facilities because.
And they're here too. I
Yeah,
mean,
there
they're already doing
are
our stuff.
alternatives, but Monroe and Jackson continue to be top of mind, and that one, we can't find partners unless it's agency partners,
Well,
but.
Monroe, we've already done. Jackson's Compton, we can put that, if we had
Then
to
why
put
did
that money
Monroe
too.
fall off the list?
But I don't think we need to, but could we put 8 million instead of 13 million towards it?
I don't know.
Another 5 million towards
I
it.
guess
We'll figure it out.
Yeah,
City
well, we
manager.
need to figure it out. What
Yep.
we're saying is, there's some top priorities. We can't say which one's first, but we want them all to be ready and queued up. So. Any other questions from you? No? Okay, so, we talked about the, city beautification part-time person and the city building fellow. So but the building fellow will have a cost recovery, won't he?
No.
No, so he's not gonna be doing work that we can ultimately turn around and get reimbursed by the developer. What's he gonna do?
Kevin?
Learning the trade, I think we're priming the pump for a new employee.
Well, building department, yeah, but can't we make some money on him?
Good evening, Kevin Snyder, Director of Community Development. Mayor Pro Tem said it very well. As mirroring the success in the police department in terms of growing their own, in conversations with the city manager, we are taking a similar tact in community development. We have a very hard time finding qualified applicants, and so we are taking this tact. We have a planning fellow position and a building fellow position. If you approve it, those individuals we brought on, it would be a compensated position. They would be given opportunities to experience the different work functions in the building and safety arena. And depending on the city's financial situation and staffing situation, it might be that individual could become a future city employee. We do unfortunately have several upcoming retirements potentially in the next 3 to 4 years, and so we want to be able to look at for individuals who have not only the skills and qualifications, but the fit to be members of the Community Development Department. So this is an opportunity to get on the ground training, so to speak. Unfortunately, it may not be compensated to the point of the mayor, but it is an opportunity to invest in individuals who could eventually be employees of the city of Indio.
Okay, I was hoping there was some cost recovery. I guess not, because, we have a flat budget, as everyone's mentioning this year, which means what little there was has been squirreled away to take care of something that's necessary. But I still have a hard time approving positions when we have a flat budget, and that's just a sign of the times. And it's difficult for me to go out and say that, because the public will not understand the difference between CIP funds, LLD funds, and general funds. But when the residents hear that we're not doing one thing, but we're hiring 3 people, and it's irrespective of the part-time or full-time, it's going to be a difficult explanation. So, city manager, how would you explain to the public that we have to hire people? I mean, Kevin just said we're trying to grow our own, but the other position, I don't think we need to move forward on right now.
Yeah, it's a great point. In fact, with the 2 intern fellow positions is addressing just that. What is the most cost-effective way to accomplish what was just mentioned? Succession planning, providing some skills for that person, and that person providing some services to us. These intern fellows are like $20,000. This is a very inexpensive, non-benefited position to help provide some needed support. For example, our senior management analyst that handles the Leadership Academy, handles Indio Lindo, as well as some other projects, there's no staff support for the person. So rather than hire a full-time person benefited at, say, $80,000 to $100,000, as a part-timer, we can get an intern in there that can provide some of that staff support at a very inexpensive cost. To your same comments of trying to make sure we don't add anything to the budget, when we've, this experience that we've had with the Tamale Festival, and I'll take some responsibility for not explaining this well, because I've sent some emails to the council and trying to evaluate how we can best proceed and not add any cost. We had a gut feeling that the $200,000 that was set aside for the Tamale Festival was high. When we received the proposals that will be presented to you at the next meeting, it became very obvious in the staff, or in the pro forma, the financials of each of those proposals, they did not need the $200,000. So if the council had set aside $200,000 to support Tamale Festival, we've already met with one of them who says they can do it for $100,000. So as staff sat down and thought about it, well, there's $100,000 now that we don't need to provide there. We have the need to activate, now we have the stage, who's going to make sure that we keep that activated? The barbecue festival has been dropped by the chamber. The Taste of Indio has been dropped by the chamber. The city council's asked for events, Veterans Day, 4th of July. We have some other national holidays we could recognize. Who's going to help coordinate that? So in a typical city manager, city staff way, how will we fund that needed for staff support? It's not that the Tamale Festival would be run by city staff. It's that we don't need as much money. We can get another set of hands to handle these other tasks. So there is no net change to the operational budget for that position. So in a way, it paid for itself. Part of those funds are not just from the Tamale Festival reduction, but we contract with the chamber and others to perform services that we could just do ourselves. So between that money and the Tamale Festival money, we can cover this position with no additional burden. So that's the explanation.
Yeah, but back to what our role is, parks, streets, water, sewer. Tamale Festival is not a priority when the public feels they need more paramedics, more police, and more of other things. So that's why I'm not comfortable moving forward with an additional position at this time. If we decide to do it later, we can do it later, but at this time, with the flat budget, I don't see how we can do that. But also, there's another item that I had asked city manager to remind council of this last budget study session, and I think it may have slipped his mind. Our 100th year anniversary is coming up in 5 budget cycles, and last time we spent around $200,000, I think, for the 75th birthday. So if we're planning on having a 100th year celebration, I think that we need to set aside funds starting this budget cycle. I have no idea what plans will be for the 100th, but I do think that we need to start setting money aside for whatever ends up being done in the 100th year. So I'm asking that an additional line item be added for our 100th celebration. I don't know how much, but I think we need to start saving this year.
I might provide an idea for that in that we do have a reserve for uncertainty, a rainy day fund. We have a policy of 15%. There's funds there when needed, either at the time that we have the event, or if you want to take a little bit of money out of that fund balance and set that aside, it's readily available. Maybe Ruby can go back to the slide that shows the summary of the general fund. The $600,000. It appears that's available. Now, I will say on a $120 million general fund budget, to have a $600,000, the fluctuations, which we'll monitor and let you know if something's off, but if we're thinking for the 100th celebration, you'd want to make sure that there was $350,000 set aside. That right there is the easiest source, assuming there are no other revenue fluctuations during the year. And you could designate that now, and we could let you know how things are going to make sure that we don't need that $600,000 because of some revenue shortfall.
Yeah, well, I don't know the amount, but I think it'd be a good idea to involve community services and ask them what they would plan for our 100th year so that we can kind of get an idea of how much we need to start saving. But we can't not pay attention to it.
But I feel the same way. I understand that, but we just got through having the conversation that we're, the Tamale Festival, maybe we don't have that events coordinator position, and then we, in 30 seconds, turn around and say, but we need to come up with a couple $100,000 that for our 100th anniversary. Our 100th anniversary is important. some of the traditional events that our community enjoys, and the revenue that comes in for events like the Tamale Festival from well outside of the city of Indio and well outside of the desert are significant. So you know what, honestly, really have a difference of opinion and support that events coordinator position.
Yeah.
That's okay. The city of Indio never started the Tamale Festival. We took it because the chamber couldn't handle it, as we're finding out with other things. It would be best to have other people manage those events so that we can focus on what we are to be focused on. I'd like to have the opportunity to explore those options. I don't think we were given that opportunity. Now, as far as the next breath, talking about the 100th, well, that's something that if we forget, our residents won't let us forget. And I don't know how much that's going to be. I don't know if it's 600 or 100, but I think we need to start planning for it. And whatever that is, it is.
Yeah. And I think the events coordinator, they can actually run the 100-year celebration. But I think it's wise for us. We've talked about taking the money away from the Chamber of Commerce for running the events. The Taste of Indio is a big event, the Tamale Festival. Coordinating it and not putting this on Jim Curtis makes a lot of sense to me. He's already stretched thin as it is, and he's on his way on his last years. I mean, he's been with us a long time, and he's like a spring chicken, but, you know, I'm sure he wants to go off and go to Brazil and watch a football game, but one time. But I think we need to coordinate that position. I think it's wise for us, especially with the second Saturdays, with the food truck Fridays, and then the brand new. Hopefully, the center stage is going to take center stage with a lot of our residents and people and utilize it. And I don't want somebody from the outside doing it. And we're paying somebody $200,000 run a tamale festival. You get for $100,000. That gives us another opportunity.
But we don't have to pay that.
True. But I think it's wise that we do. I think it takes pressure off the rest of our staff. And yeah, we're not big into the businesses of running events, but we are running events. And it's our economic development guy that's running it that need to be doing other things. So I agree with Elaine on this. But also I think on the budget and a part of it, and thank you, Ruby, for all your work you do. People got to remember too, we just got done working with our bargaining units on raises. We just got done paying $1.4 million more for fire because it's what we have to do. You know, things are going up. So, you know, yeah, we have a flat budget, but we also absorb, you know, $3 or $4 million worth of other expenses that you wouldn't have to do on a continual basis. So I think for the city of Indio, I remember when I first got into council, our budget was $42 million. We're at $122 million. I mean, people got to put that in perspective. So we got a flat budget this year. We'll tighten up our belt. We'll keep going on. I'm ready to go forward if we can.
Oscar, do you have any comments?
No, I understand the concern with saving up for the events, but again, I think that events coordinator is pretty well needed. And the reason I say that is because I've been to a lot of the local events down here, and I see our staff running around, right, and leaving the office to go fix stuff over there and doing the communications and running back and forth. And so I do think it'll bring a little bit better capacity for those events, which do generate funds for us, and they provide, you know, those activities for our community. So I think it's a good investment there, especially if we're saving the money on the Tamale Festival contract. And in terms of saving, you know, for the 100-year anniversary, you know, I think we should have that talk still. I don't know if it makes sense to save too much right now, especially being, you know, the flat budget this year. But bringing that to the Community Services Commission, seeing what we want to do, and I would honestly just think of how do we incorporate that into the Tamale Festival, if we're doing a huge festival, or into another celebration that we're already planning.
Our birthday's in May.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. No, I'm not saying the need's not there. The need's definitely there.
Yeah.
But I do not support growing government when we don't need to grow government. Okay. And we're growing government to create an events position because we've decided to have these events for the community. Well, we have them. They're successful. It's time to give them to somebody for them to manage so that we, as the government agency, can do our job. Streets, sewer, water, infrastructure, the end. When you start going outside of what the city's supposed to be doing, you're spending money that shouldn't be spent. It's taxpayer dollars.
But we end up spending far more money when we go outside.
No, we don't.
Mayor. Yeah,
no, we don't.
Yeah,
no, we were not given the options. We were not given the options. And that's why I'm asking for a study session, because we were not given the options.
I don't understand what that means. Looking at what we have and what we've just gone through in the budget, and the options are in there, and that it's a function of numbers, and it makes sense to me.
you want to move?
To spend
So-
money on something we don't do?
To ensure the quality of life for our residents and the activities that we have that are enjoyed by our community, and not to spend more money going out and outside and spending 2 or 3 times the amount
That's
of
just one
dollars.
person's opinion. You have not
And
seen the
that's right.
options.
I am
You
sorry.
have not seen the options.
It's crystal clear to me.
Move forward.
Yes.
We're
So I-
still going to have a
But I
study
don't want to
session
approve
for
a
the tamale
position.
list.
Yeah, so that,
I
Well,
don't want to
Well,
approve.
let's have a vote on it.
Yeah.
All right, I'll motion to approve resolution number 10447, adopting the fiscal year 2024-2025 operating and capital budget for the city of Indio. Resolution number 10449, determining and establishing the city of Indio's appropriations limit for fiscal year 2024-2025. Resolution number 10450, approving a citywide classification and compensation plan. And resolution number 2024-15, adopting the fiscal year 2024-2025 operating budget for the Indio Housing Authority, and resolution number 2024-81, adopting the fiscal year 2024-2025 operating and capital improvement program budget for the Indio Water Authority.
I'll second that.
Motion by Councilmember Ortiz, second by Mayor Pro Tem Miller. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, indicate your vote electronically. Motion passes 3-1-1. Going on to the next item, item number 10.1 is a public hearing, acceptance of fiscal year 2023-2024, enhancing law enforcement activities, subaccount ELIAS funds in the amount of $141,234, and approval of the enclosed expenditure plan. Chief Tully.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. I bring before you today the item for acceptance and approval for expenditure, the Enhancing Law Enforcement Activities Subaccount Funds in the amount of $141,234. The Riverside Sheriff's Department disperses these funds on a monthly basis to support frontline police services. The city proposes to use these funds to support purchase of public safety equipment and supplies, offset training and personnel costs, and pay for other law enforcement services. With this item, I conclude my report. Any questions?
Thank you, Chief Tully. Any questions? No? Okay, this is a public hearing. We'll open the public hearing. At this time, I do not have any requests to speak. If there are any members of the public wishing to address the body on this item, please fill out a request to speak form. Bring it forward to the city clerk. Seeing no one step forward and city clerk reports she has none, I'll close the public comment period and entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion to accept the fiscal year 2023-2024 enhancing law enforcement activities subaccount funds in the amount of $114,234, approve the enclosed expenditure plan, attachment 1, and authorize the city manager to sign the expenditure plan and other relevant documents.
And I'll second that with one correction, or please, if I may. It's $141,234.
And that's what I said?
Not quite.
Okay.
Is there a second?
That was me.
Oh, okay. So motion by Mayor Pro Tem Miller, second by Councilmember Holmes. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, indicate your vote electronically. Motion passes 4-1. Item 10.2, resolution number 10446, approving the Indio Water Authority Capital Improvement Program, Development Impact Fee Program, and Supplemental Water Supply Program for fiscal year 2024-2025. Ms. Walla, they're not giving you a break.
Let me catch up. Okay. So as I stated earlier in my budget presentation is that we would now be discussing the capital plans. This specifically is for IWA, which I will be taking the lead, and staff is here to answer any questions that you may have. The capital plan for IWA did not change as presented at the study session. What we have here are development impact fees that will be utilized of $2.9 million, and we also have the supplemental water supply fee funds that will be for $500,000. This is why the public hearing is particularly held, just to have a finding that these are recognized projects with utilizing development impact fees. And then to share as well is the overall capital program, which is not subject to the public hearing, but part of the capital plan for IWA, which they are programming in fiscal year 24-25, $6.7 million in capital projects, including Chromium 6, which we discussed during the study session, is also in here as well. Any questions?
Do we have any questions of staff? Thank you, Ms. Wella.
So we're just recommending approval. Approve joint resolution number 10446 of the City of Indio and Indio Water Authority approving the Indio Water Authority Capital Improvement Program, Development Impact Fee Program, and Supplemental Water Supply Fee Program for fiscal year 2024-2025.
Thank you. This is a public hearing item. I will open the public hearing period. Are there any requests to speak, City Clerk?
None, Mayor.
Any member of the audience wishing to address the body? Seeing no one step forward, we'll close the public comment period and entertain a motion.
I'll motion to approve joint resolution number 10446 of the City of Indio and the Indio Water Authority approving the Indio Water Authority Capital Improvement Program, Development Impact Fee Program, and Supplemental Water Supply Fee Program for fiscal year 2024-2025.
I'll second that.
We have a motion. Ortiz, second by Councilmember Holmes. Any further discussion? Hearing none, indicate your vote electronically. Motion passes 4-1. Thank you, Ms. Wella. Item number 10.3. What are you still doing here? Resolution number 10448 of the City Council of the City of Indio approving Capital Improvement Program for fiscal year 2024-2025. Ms. Wella.
Yes, I will be opening this item. However, I'll be handing it off to Tim Wassel, who will give a presentation or discussion on the CIP for the city.
Yes, because he always tells us what we want to hear.
Of course, nothing else but that. The City Council, wonderful day here in the City of Indio. A lot is happening and a lot to be done, and I'm very, very excited about all the upcoming projects. But this particular item, unfortunately, is a little bit of a boring item. It's actually a formality more than anything else. Because the city adopted and collects developer impact fees per Government Code Section 66002, it is required of us to hold a public hearing and establish and identify the projects that are specifically funded by developer impact fees. And in this particular, in our next fiscal year, 2024-2025, we have identified 5 projects that will be funded partially from developer impact fees, including roads, storm drain, and signals. And those particular projects are Avenue 44 over the Coachella Valley Storm Channel, Avenue 50 widening between Jefferson Street and Jackson Street, Jefferson Street widening between Avenue 38 and Avenue 40, and then the Avenue 52 improvements between Monroe Street and Madison Street, and lastly Jackson Street intersection and Avenue 50 improvements. All of these projects will receive partial funding from developer impact fees. So the resolution before you, if it is approving the capital improvement program, but specifically because we have that requirement per Government Code Section 66002. And I'd like to highlight the second section of that resolution, which is it basically establishes that by the City Council adopting and approving a capital improvement program, in no way, shape, or form that has any environmental impact, because all of these projects, when they become physical projects, when we go and break the ground, and before we break the ground, we ensure that we comply with all environmental laws. So that, in summary, is the item before you, and it is our recommendation to adopt Resolution 10, hold the public hearing, adopt Resolution 10448 of the City Council of the City of Indio approving the Capital Improvement Program for fiscal year 2024-2025. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Do we have any questions of Mr. Wassel? He has no presentation for us. We were looking forward to it. Thank you, Mr. Wassel.
You're welcome.
We have a public hearing, so I'm going to open up the public hearing. We do have some requests to speak, so if there are any additional members of the audience who wish to address the body on this item, please fill out a request to speak for it and turn it into our city clerk. First up is Mr. Gil Marujo.
Is this for 10.3
Sir.
public safety?
Well, it's for the capital improvement.
The CIP, right? The capital improvement plan. As earlier I had discussed, I was here last week dealing with the public safety campus and so forth. So one of the things that we wanted to address in terms of the completion of this public safety, it did come up in discussion with Mayor Pro Tempore, Mr. Miller there, regarding the completion of this campus. It's one that I've always have worked for, trying to get the city to get this thing completed, and it's been probably overdue maybe 25 years or so. Most of the people who have been here a long time know that we always have wanted a new police station. It's just, and when I use the word police station, I'm thinking a building that houses police officers, people that are boots on the ground, who are here for our protection, who provide safety. They put their life on the line every day, keep the city growing and safe. So I had something kind of prepared, and I was going to start with, I'm a former teacher, coach, whatever you want, for Desert Sands Unified School District and Indio High School, but the word of the day for me was today, transparency. And that was a word that I wanted to use today because of the fact that somehow I thought, thinking that people were moving in the direction that for me felt good, that we're finally going to get a police station, we're finally going to get this thing done, and then all of a sudden things seem to change gears, reprioritize the campus and so forth. You know, you had a handout that was given. There was going to be a phase 1, a phase 2, and even in this pamphlet it says as soon as phase 1 is done, we're going to move right into phase 2. So for the public, for the residents, we're thinking it's moving along. Then I drove by, and it was really nice to see the signage. I mentioned that last week. And it was looking good, and I'm saying, God, things are looking good. You know, things are going in the direction I'm hoping. Then all of a sudden I'm seeing this wall being built, huge wall, surrounding the whole campus. So the whole idea is this done? And apparently it's not done. Mr. Miller here addressed it earlier, and we want it done. We want to find a way to get this thing completed. You know, it started with measure. Remember Measure S? No, S. Remember, it started with the S. Why do you think? Safety. Then it came to Measure X. Then it came to Measure E. I put my name on Measure E. Why? I wanted this building done. So I have a few other people here that are going to support this whole thing. We're here to support it. We want this thing completed. Find a way. A study session might be
Thank you, Mr. Marujo. I was the mayor that year, and I passed out those brochures, so I remember. I remember phase 1 and then phase 2. Mr. James Suer.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. I just wanted to kind of elaborate on what Mr. Marujo was speaking about. I'm a local real estate agent, Indio resident for over 12 years, Coachella Valley resident for 25. Consider myself connected to many of the local business owners and many of the residents. I do a lot of stuff on social media to talk about what's coming to the city and the state of the city and things like that to kind of get the word out on what's going on. And a lot of the feedback, and I've been just overwhelmed with questions about the public safety campus, the police presence, the crime rate, things like that. And so I guess what everybody is asking, to his point, is when is that next phase going to be started? When is it going to be completed? Has there been a study session regarding the police needs of the community, dealing with a lot of clients that are looking to move and purchase homes in Indio and a lot of clients that are moving out of Indio to other areas? I always ask them the reason why, and the overwhelming response to people that are looking to purchase a home in the valley when I suggest Indio and discuss exactly what we offer and what there is there. The reputation there is crime, homeless, drugs, and so they're just looking for answers as far as police presence and things of that nature. So I just came here to speak on behalf of the residents that have reached out to me looking for answers regarding the public safety campus and the date of starting it and completing it. And that's all I've got. You did, unfortunately.
Thank you, Mr. Stewart. Mr. Mike Zamudio.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, Chief, City Manager. I first want to start out with a thank you. I emailed Tim Wassel about 2 weeks ago, and it's in reference to a pothole, big pothole, and I happened to run over it and had an issue, but I emailed him, and I'm going to tell you, within a half an hour, he had his guys out there, and it was taken care of. So I just want to say thank you for what you do for our city. Thank you so much. Now I want to speak on the Public Safety Council. I too want this building built, finished, completed, like it was told to us. So, in regards to the Indio Public Safety Campus and Master Plan presented to the Council in December of 2020, stated that the $42 million project was scheduled to be completed by May of 2023. At a meeting in June of 2021, the Council approved a $93 million budget for fiscal year 2021-22. As part of that budget, 56% of Measure X revenue was dedicated to the police, fire, and ambulance use. That budget also specifically supported 85 sworn police officer positions. At a May 2022 council meeting, a delay was announced that the public safety campus would be completed by spring of 2024. As of today, only phase 1 has been completed. Our police force continues to work out of the same building since 1979, and our police force currently has approximately 50 officers on our streets. Our city continues to grow, but our services are not being kept up. We encourage businesses and families to move to Indio, but we are not providing them with adequate police services. Weren't the money supposedly budgeted for the public safety campus? That's what we were told. And common sense tells us that with each delay, construction cost goes up. While all city services are vital to the community, police services could be the difference between life or death. It is imperative that the city put the completion of the public safety campus in the front. So, thank you for hearing me out. Thank you again, Tim. You're awesome. Thank you for your support.
Thank you, Mr. Zamudio. Mr. Arias?
Good evening, Madam Mayor, Councilman, and staff here at this meeting. I think the gentleman ahead of me just kind of got my notes down to two important ones for me I wanted to talk about. First of all, I've been a resident of Indio since 1975. Correct, honey? She's always sitting there. Anyway, we're still residents of. You're right. I wish. Anyway, we're still residents. We're in the Sun City, Shadow Hills area. I see a lot of growth growing around there, but that's going to take money as well. But I would like to see the campus of the safety campus completed. As a typical resident, I wasn't involved with city politics or. Hey, we're going to get a safety campus out there. All of a sudden, it stops. Well, what happened? Well, that was why I went here to find out what's happened with it. And I think you had a wish list you mentioned in your, let's prioritize it, which you do, campus number one, so we can have our staff, our investment that you put into your officers, stay here in the community rather than work a few years here and go someplace else because their needs are not met. We need those officers here, and retention is a big problem in a lot of businesses. And I don't believe that problem in the Indio Police Department, but that happens. So I just wanted to point that out. So we have an investment in our officers, and we want to keep them. So basically, that's all I had to say. Like I said, the gentleman's ahead of me already mentioned. I don't want to repeat what they said because I agree with them totally. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Arias. I don't have any more requests to speak, and City Clerk doesn't have any. So we're going to close the public comment period. And are there any further questions?
No.
Okay. So entertain a motion.
Okay, I'd like to make a motion to adopt resolution number 10448 of the City Council of the City of Indio, approving the capital improvement program for fiscal year 2024-2025.
Second that.
We have a motion by Councilmember Holmes, a second by Mayor Pro Tem Miller. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, please indicate your vote electronically. Motion passes 4-1. Thank you. Okay, next item, 10-4, ordinance number 1814, text amendments to section 2.04, figure point 2.04.02, and section 4.19 of the United Development Code, establishing as prohibited land uses within municipal limits of the City of Indio, regulated by the Unified Development Code, new indoor-outdoor mini storage, self-storage, and recreational vehicle storage facilities. Mr. Schneider.
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor, members of the City Council, Kevin Snyder, your Community Development Director. This evening, we're going to be talking about both ordinance number 1814 and resolution number 10445 in my presentation, since they cover the same topic, and I want to be efficient with your time this evening, since I know it's already been a long evening. So about 18 months ago, we began a legislative journey, if you want to call that, of a discussion around the issue of storage facilities. These are often referred to as mini storage facilities, self-storage facilities, and also recreational vehicle storage facilities. Your Planning Commission decided that they were interested in this topic and wanted to discuss it further based on the volume of applications they've been seeing coming through the proverbial door over the last couple of years. So in December of 2022, we had a discussion. That conversation continued into early 2023, and ultimately, the Planning Commission made a recommendation for the City Council to consider the enactment of a moratorium on these facilities, which you did. And that the moratorium, it was initial 2 actions, initially 45 days, and then for an additional 10 months and 15 days. As you may remember, moratoriums are what are called, what I call a legislative pause. It's an opportunity to take a moment and look at the issue, the land use issue that is before you, and invite the public into that conversation, and ultimately allow your Planning Commission, which does a lot of the heavy lifting for you on land use matters, to go through a thorough process and come back with a recommendation. We began that work in 2023. We needed a little bit more time to do that work, so we came back to you in March of 2024. You extended it for another 90 days, and following that, your Planning Commission got to work. So this is just a reminder of the work plan milestones that we've been working on. We did a community survey. We got 39 responses back. The majority of the respondents felt that we had, in response to a variety of questions, asking their opinions about whether we had enough of the facilities, whether there should be some limitations on them. The consensus was there needs to be some sort of controls placed on them. Some folks thought that that included prohibiting them. Some folks thought that that included limiting the number. So we got a variety of responses, but the majority of respondents felt that some additional regulations were appropriate. We then met with stakeholders, and these were both the business representatives themselves and property owners. We did that in February 2024. And then following your extension of the moratorium, we did a policy review and options analysis. We looked at what other communities have done, not only in the local area, but also statewide and actually nationally, and provided that information ultimately to the Planning Commission. We went through 2 study sessions with the Planning Commission in April. We did the public hearing that I'm going to discuss in a moment in terms of the results of that on May 8th, and your Planning Commission made a recommendation, which I will discuss in just a moment, and we're here this evening. So to remind you why we're here, and I'm going to, the mayor, when we did the moratorium extension, she asked a couple of questions, so I want to make sure that I answer her questions. The first question was, how many housing units or rooftops do we have in the city? The most current number we have is 32,539 housing units in the city. That could be single-family dwellings, that can be multifamily apartments, that can be condominiums, that can be mobile homes. So that is the number of housing units we have in the city. The mayor asked a question, what is the demand? Well, that's a little harder to answer because that's usually proprietary information, but we did have one of the operators provide us a study from 2021, and that study said that the demand opportunities in Indio were high for the industry based on a relatively low volume. We hadn't had a number of facilities built in a while, the growth in the city, and the income levels. And that also was reiterated verbally both at the stakeholder meeting I referenced and also in discussions from industry representatives before the Planning Commission. Today we have 14 existing facilities and we have 6 additional approved. They're in various processes of the approval process. These 6 are included in the list of facilities that you exempted from the moratorium, so they were able to move forward. This map shows the geographic distribution throughout the city. It extends beyond the city, but basically in the city of Indio, we will end up, if all these facilities are built, and I believe they will be, with 20 facilities, and that is much more than the surrounding communities of La Quinta, Coachella, Bermuda Dunes, and parts of Palm Desert. So we have a large number of these facilities in our city that provide this qualitative service to our citizens for storage needs. This is not new information, but we have discussed in the past storage facilities. They tend to generate low to limited employment because most of them are automated today. They may have maintenance staff. If they have a retail component, they may have retail staff, but many of them are fully functional, fully automated without any presence of staff on a daily basis. They do have limited property tax because they are, the service orientation does not typically generate a lot of property tax. The buildings are relatively straightforward to develop, and their assessed valuation is typically lower than others, and they also generate limited sales tax unless they have a retail component. Right now, when we adopted the general plan in 2019, the council designated 519 acres of industrial zone land, and the majority of these facilities are only authorized on industrial zone land based on both the general plan and the zoning regulations of the city. That is less than 1 square mile of our 33 square miles. So that's not a lot of industrial land that we have in our city. So when we have new businesses coming to our city that want to bring employment and other opportunities, there is not a lot of land to offer them. And I'm sure our economic development director could tell you about the challenges he's experienced when we have sometimes 1% or lower vacancy rate in our industrial lands when those businesses come a knocking, so to speak. And some of that land has been utilized for storage facilities, which takes away from that limited land base that we have to offer to potential employment generating businesses. So as I mentioned, your Planning Commission did 2 study sessions. We broke them up. The first study session, we presented 7 policy alternatives. They're listed here, and basically they range from a no change to a prohibition to geographic spacing to enhanced design standards. At the end of the first study session, your Planning Commission came up with a hybrid approach, and it's listed there at the bottom. And that hybrid approach would have limitation on the total number in the city, location limitations, and then enhanced design standards. So we ended that first study session. We came to the next study session on April 24th. And your Planning Commission, we had done additional research on this. We looked at alternatives on how to establish the limitation on the number of facilities. We looked at the physical distance separation. We provided some alternatives. All of this is in your agenda packet, by the way. And then we also looked at additional design standards. We actually focused on the city of Scottsdale that had done a lot of work in this arena on design standards for facilities. Through that conversation, the Planning Commission actually modified their initial thought process. And they ended that study session with a consensus around the idea of prohibiting facilities. And their reasons were the ones I just mentioned: the limited land base, limited employment, property tax and sales tax. Those were the main factors for their consensus. So we ended that study session on April 24th, and we prepared for the public hearing on May 8th. We did the public hearing on May 8th. There were 2 public comments, both spoke. Our staff report, we looked at the fact that a prohibition in the land use arena is a legal exercise of the police power of the city. You have prohibited land uses throughout your zoning regulations. It requires amendments to the Unified Development Code, which is our zoning regulations, and the Highway 11 Corridor Specific Plan, which regulates uses along Highway 11, including the east end where we do allow some industrial uses. A prohibition would be consistent with the goals and policies of both Chapter 3 of the General Plan, which is Land Use and Urban Design, and Chapter 5, which is Economic Development. And particularly in the arena of economic development, the Council, through your adoption of the General Plan, placed a priority on the development of employment opportunities for the residents of Indio. And so in order to have those employment opportunities, particularly with industrial uses, you need to have the land available. And then also we looked at this, that it qualifies for what we call a common sense exemption under CEQA. And so at the end, your Planning Commission made a recommendation to you that's for your consideration this evening to prohibit these facilities, both the mini storage, self-storage, and recreational vehicle storage facilities, new ones, and to come back in 5 years and review this policy. Things can change in 5 years. They recognize that. Market forces can change. The way that these facilities are designed can change. The need in the community these facilities. So they were recommending to you that there be a policy review in no less than or no earlier than 5 years. So with that, the Planning Commission this evening, and I'm speaking on behalf of them in terms of what they recommended to you, they are recommending that you do go forward and prohibit these facilities, again, self-storage, mini storage, and recreational vehicle storage facilities within the city of Indio, as per they would be prohibited land uses, and have a review of that decision if you do make that decision within 5 years. Again, I'm presenting for both items. If the mayor has interest in combining consideration of these items, the city attorney is ready to help guide the Planning Commission through that. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions, and thank you.
Okay, so housekeeping, let me open up item 10.5, resolution number 10445, text amendments to section 3.5, table 3.5-1 of the Highway 111 Corridor Specific Plan, establishing as prohibited land uses within the boundaries of the specific plan, new indoor-outdoor mini storage, self-storage, and recreational vehicle storage facilities. Mr. Snyder, you're making this proposal after the 20, right? This would affect Mr. 21.
Correct, Mayor.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify that. Are there any questions?
I do have
yes,
one.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you for this, Kevin. Yeah, we do have an abundance of storage units, but let me ask you a question. So Sun City Shadow Hills, which is in my district, has a 5-acre parcel that's internally theirs. It was made for a well site or maybe a substation site that wasn't used. And they've talked about making their own internal storage for RVs or equipment and other stuff for the residents. Would that be prohibited too, considering it's on their property and it's not for rent? It would be for their own residents?
The answer is no. So your action this evening would be for the zoning regulations that apply citywide that are outside of specific plans, and also potential amendments to the Highway 11 corridor specific plan. Sun City Shadow Hills has specific plans and project master plans that apply specifically to that. You're not amending those or any other specific plans or project master plans.
Perfect.
So they would continue to have that right.
Just wanted to make sure. I thought that was the case, but I wanted to make sure because they have talked about it. And, with different boards, they come back and forth, want to do it, don't want to do it. So I just don't want to handicap them and the opportunity. So if they are able to do it, that's great. It frees up more spots for the rest of our facilities. So thank you.
Any other questions of staff? Thank you, Mr. Snyder. This is a public hearing item. We will open the public hearing, and any member of the audience wishing to address the body at this time can submit a request to speak form to the city clerk. I do have two in front of me. Mr. Christian Ceja.
Good evening, Council. My name is Christian Rodriguez Ceja, and I am a member of the Planning Commission. And I just wanted to share with you a little bit about what we were discussing during those conversations. Really, I think what we're looking at and what we've heard all night is a need to invest in economic opportunities for our residents and how to best utilize our land use. This particular type of project is going into our heavy and light industrial zones, which Mr. Snyder said we don't have many of. So the conversation really was about how can we best utilize those types of land use designations to, one, create more local jobs so that we have more people staying in Indio, spending it in Indio. If I could work in Indio and buy my lunch here and do all the things, guess what? That's tax revenue for our city. And so really what we were looking at, and I was the first one to say prohibition, and that wasn't necessarily very popular, although we did come to a consensus of prohibition, a recommendation of prohibition from you all for this type of development. And it was really those questions we were asking ourselves. How do we maximize the land use, and how do we bring in more of these job-creating opportunities for our residents? And so I just want to express my own personal views that this is a resolution that we should certainly pass, and we also it so that we could, in a near future, see if we have or reviewing this type of policy. So I just wanted to share a little bit about what was going on and some of the ideas behind this recommendation. It took us a while to get to this consensus, but we were all in agreement that this would be the best thing for our city. So just want to say thank you.
Mr. Rodriguez, stay there because you had two requests to speak.
Oh, yeah. Well, it was because at that time it was two different items, so I don't need to use up the 6.
So did you guys at the Planning Commission level discuss the what a standard is across the nation or in California per capita or anything?
Yeah, we sure did. We looked at various different cities, and we looked at different options. So we looked at potential hybrid opportunities, but really what it really came down to was how do we maximize the use of this land use for its intended purpose. And so right now, as the way we have it outlined, the heavy and light industrial is really meant to create jobs for us. These types of developments are not doing that, and they're not really creating tax revenue. So all night we've been hearing, we need more money. How do we get it? We want more jobs. We want more spending. How do we do that? This is one of those opportunities to do that.
Yes. Do you have any suggestions on where someone could be welcome with this type of a facility if it's not light industrial? As a planning commission, did you guys talk about that?
We did not, no.
Oh, okay. So at this time, it's just let's wait and see, and 5 years reevaluate.
Yeah, so the best use for the land designation.
For today, okay. Thank you. Any other questions of staff? Those were the only public requests to speak. I don't see anyone else stepping forward. Close the public comment period and entertain a motion unless there's
I'll make that motion. For the first one, approve resolution number 10445, amending the Highway 111 corridor specific plan to establish as prohibited land uses within the regulatory boundaries of the specific plan indoor, outdoor, mini storage, self-storage, and recreational vehicle storage facilities.
Okay, we have a motion by Councilmember Holmes. No second?
second.
Oh. A second by Councilmember Ortiz. Is there any further discussion?
And this is for 105?
Both.
104 and 105.
Hearing none, please indicate your vote electronically.
I only,
I think you did 104.
104, right, so we need to do, we
Are we
need to go
doing
back.
that separate?
Well, that's how it was written out, so that's how I'm doing it.
Mayor and council, you could certainly consider them together in a single motion if you'd like. I believe that the presentation and materials are effectively the same.
Yeah, so how do you want to do it?
I'll go ahead and motion to approve resolution number 10445, amending the Highway 111 corridor specific plan to establish as prohibited land use within the regulatory boundaries of the specific planned indoor, outdoor, mini storage, self-storage, and recreational vehicle storage facilities.
But that's
That's the one I think
Which we just did.
So
Next
we didn't do
one.
1814.
Right.
Sorry about that. I'll go ahead and recommend to approve ordinance number 1814, amending the City of Indio Unified Development Code to establish as prohibited land uses within the municipal limits of the City of Indio regulated by the Unified Development Code, new indoor, outdoor, mini storage, self-storage, and recreational vehicle storage facilities.
Thank you. Councilmember Ortiz, is there a second?
I'll second that.
Mayor Pro Tem, so now we have motion and second on both 10.4 and 10.5. Any further discussion? Hearing none, please indicate your vote electronically. Motion passes 4-1. Thank you, City Clerk. Item 10.6 is an urgency interim ordinance, number 1813, adoption of a moratorium of the establishment of any new substance abuse treatment facility or any related use or activity in order to study where such facilities may be properly located. Mr. Graham.
Thank you, Mayor. Having concluded our last moratorium, we are bringing forward a new moratorium. This would be on new substance abuse treatment facilities. Essentially, what we are looking at here is we are looking at a potential attempt to exploit the city's municipal code and the Highway 111 specific plan as it relates to the definition of one of the land use categories, medical services, medical, dental, holistic clinic, to establish substance abuse treatment facilities in our regional commercial centers and other areas where that type of use does not appear, at least at the outset, to be compatible. Under the various provisions of our development code or unified development code and the Highway 111 specific plan, these uses could arguably be established as a permitted use or as an administrative use under an administrative use permit. Staff's recommendation is to separate out this specific use, impose a temporary moratorium on the establishment of any new substance abuse treatment facilities, and allow staff an opportunity to review these uses, review the associated potential nuisance activities that occur with them, and craft appropriate regulations. I think the staff report and the ordinance is clear that the city recognizes the importance of substance use treatment facilities. However, placing them, for example, in a regional commercial shopping center may not be an appropriate location, and we do not have regulations in place to address specific off-site effects that we could incur because of these facilities. So that's what you have in front of you. Additionally, I did just want to put a note that I know at least the mayor has on occasion in the past identified potential issues generally with medical uses and the need for clarity on both the Unified Development Code and the Highway 111 specific plan. While we are not recommending a moratorium on all medical uses throughout the city, this could also be an opportunity to review the regulations related to those non-substance abuse treatment medical facilities and to see if there's any inconsistencies there that we can address at the same time. That concludes my staff report. This would be a 45-day initial moratorium. Because I believe public notice was provided for this hearing today, the next public hearing you will have on this will not extend it for 10 months, 15 days as normal. We would be able to extend it for up to 22 months in 15 days, although my anticipation is we'd be able to come back sooner than that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Graham. Any questions of
I
Mr.
do,
Graham?
quickly.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Stephen, you keep bringing up Highway 111 corridor. This is citywide though, right?
Right.
I take this?
Yes, so this is both the Unified Development Code and also the Highway 111 specific plan. They both have what we've identified as the same issue.
Yeah, I concur with you. I think that a lot of these buildings that they're looking at as the Rite Aids and some of the other CVSs not go away, they're buildings of opportunity, and unfortunately they're in areas of commerce that have different restaurants and other shops in them, and it just would not correlate in that, especially when we have a medical corridor down by JFK Hospital that we could utilize with open land there if they really wanted to build it. But I think they see these buildings as being there and open and feel that's a good use, so I concur with that. But I just want to make sure it was citywide.
Exactly. You know, in particular, when you're talking about, for example, an abandoned convenience pharmacy, those I think are typically in the regional commercial zone of the city, which would, in this case, potentially allow it as a permitted use by right. So again, I'm not conceding that these uses meet that definition, but I do think that there is an argument for it, and we should close that potential exploit.
Any other questions of Mr. Graham? Hearing none, this is a public hearing item, so I will open the public hearing and invite any member of the audience who wishes to address the body on this item to please step forward. You can complete a request to speak form, and we would be happy to hear from you. Seeing no one step forward, I'll close the public hearing period and entertain a motion.
Make a motion to approve urgency interim ordinance number 1813 as presented.
Okay, I have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Miller, second by Councilmember Ortiz.
Mayor, before taking a vote, would that include direction to also review the other medical uses, or do you just want to go with the moratorium?
I would personally like to separate the two. I think they're two separate issues. I think we separate them and then go back and look at the other ones if that's needed.
Moratorium only it is.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. If there be no further discussion, please indicate your vote electronically. Motion passes 4-1. That concludes the public comment period. We are moving on to item 11, public comments for items not on the agenda. I'm going to start off with Mr. Ceja, and then we have two individuals on Zoom. And if anybody else wants to talk, we have little forms. Go ahead, Christian.
Good evening. Again, I'm Christian Rodriguez Ceja, and I'm actually running for Indio City Council this upcoming season, representing District 5. I am a gay candidate, and I just want to say, thank Councilmember Ortiz for uplifting the importance of acknowledging Pride Month as a city. Last year, I was here to receive the proclamation that then Mayor Ortiz gave to proclaim that June is the month of Pride. And why is this important? In 2023, the ACLU declared a state of emergency because queer folks like myself are currently under attack in many different states and in many different ways. We are battling inequality and we are battling discrimination. And I think it's unfortunate that we as a city do not value, as I heard earlier in this meeting, this as a position that we should take. We did it last year when Mr. Ortiz was mayor, and it's unclear to me why we would not do that this year, Madam Mayor. I want to make sure that we as a city can tell all folks, including those that are members of the LGBTQ community like myself, that we are welcomed here, that Indio is a safe space. So I would want to make a recommendation to you all, although you said this is not a national holiday. It's my understanding, and did a quick little bit of research, that in 1999, President Bill Clinton declared the anniversary of Stonewall in June as Pride Month for gay and lesbians. And then in 2011, President Barack Obama expanded to include the entire LGBTQ community. So I would just want to make a recommendation that this is something we are nationally, and we should be doing it as well locally for our residents and members of the LGBTQ community. So thank you, Councilmember Ortiz, for uplifting, and I hope that the rest of the council now with this new information can follow suit. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Seja. Who are the other two individuals?
Jonathan Becerra and Vanessa Garcia.
Okay, who's on first?
Jonathan Becerra, you have 3 minutes.
Hello, good evening, Council. My name is Jonathan Becerra. I'm a resident. I'm a gay resident of the City of Indio. I'm also the first person voted into local office by the residents of Indio as a openly gay candidate. So I really want to echo the sentiment of what you just heard from Commissioner Seja. I think this is just an easy thing to do. I think flying a flag, just telling people happy Pride is just a really small gesture of common courtesy nowadays that we're even seeing on a national level. And just, I get emotional about this because very specifically, I worked with youth as my first job, youth who were struggling. A lot of them queer youth who were just hurting because they didn't feel accepted. And I remember even being like working around people like you guys in youth council and stuff, like having to feel such shame for something that's just part of who you are. And, you know, part of me just, it's hard not to take this personally because the City of Indio was my safe space. Those walls were my safe space as youth because I was just this weird kid running around in there and learning from people I trusted. And hearing the dismissal of just Ortiz's suggestion of just really just some acknowledgement, it hurts, dude. That hurts. Like, that really hurts. You know, I've known some of you for a long time. A long, long time. And just to give some facts, it's not just me being, you know, just some loud, emotional dude. According to the Trevor Project, 39% of LGBTQ plus young people seriously considered attempting suicide in the past year. Those were published in May. Including 46% of transgender and non-binary young people. LGBTQ youth of color reported higher rates than their white peers as well. Another statistic they put out is more than 1 in 10, 12% actually, LGBT young people attempted suicide in the past year. And I know it's hard to kind of listen to this and not take it personally, but I promise you this is really just for the betterment of youth out there, for the betterment of our community, just to do these simple things, dude. And you did them last year, and I'm just really asking, like, please, please just do it. And I'll leave my comment there. Thank you.
Thank you. Next person, Vanessa Rivera. Do you still want to do your comment?
Yes, please. Hi.
Go ahead.
Hello, Council. My name is Vanessa, and I am a resident of Indio. And my comment will also be regarding Pride Month. I want to read a near verbatim public comment that I submitted electronically for the June 5th meeting in case. I believe that as the largest city in the Coachella Valley, the city of Indio should be actively celebrating Pride Month. Other cities post on social media, they fly pride flags, and in doing so, show their support for their LGBTQ plus residents. A proclamation once in the past is a step, but this support needs to be loud and clear and consistent. Please consider showing public support by flying a pride flag, including the information in the newsletter or posting on social media. Again, I submitted that comment, and as was confirmed earlier in the meeting, there hasn't been citywide or municipal action taken this year in response to that. And so, as I said, really, and to reiterate what others have said, the support needs to be ongoing. And again, I acknowledge and appreciate the proclamation from last year, but I do believe more can be done. This kind of inaction leads residents to spend their personal time like this, asking for explicit, tangible acts to be taken. in support of these LGBTQ plus residents who live here when other local cities do more without, I imagine, needing to hear such requests from their citizens multiple times. So I hope you will listen and take action in the future. Thank you for your time.
Any other requests to speak?
I have no more comments, Mayor.
Okay. Mary Lou, can you fill out a form?
I'm aware of the Brown Act. I know I don't even need to give you my name in order to speak.
No, you don't need to give us our name, but Stephen.
My name is Mary Lou
Hold on,
Marujo.
hold on,
Go ahead.
Mary Lou. Stephen, you need to set the record before we continue.
Sure. The speaker is not required to identify herself. That is
Yes.
correct. And so, but under the Indio Municipal Code, they are required to turn in a request to speak. You could write anonymous on that piece of paper. We can provide it to you after she speaks if it's inconvenient to do it now. But we just, it's in the code. Thanks.
Thank you. Go ahead.
That's where you get in trouble, Lupe.
What? I followed the law.
I wasn't going to speak tonight, and it actually has to do with the Tamal Festival. I was on the original steering committee. There were like 9 or 11 people of us on the steering committee for the Tamal Festival. At that time, all we wanted to do was have some booths, some Tamal festivals, and his Art Torres, his father owned El Shoe Store on Miles. He said, all we want are some booths and mariachis to be walking down the street playing. As you see, it grew and it grew, it got bigger, so the city turned around and turned it over to the chamber, which it seemed appropriate at that time. Once the chamber took it over, then it started getting bigger and bigger, which was welcoming to the city. It was exciting that it was getting so big. But then at some point, the chamber started exploiting the income that was coming in from the Tamal Festival, because they immediately raised the rates for the booths almost 3 times more, so that knocked out your local little churches that were coming in, local grandmas that we wanted to have the tamales on. It started knocking out all the local people. So it started growing and growing. Their main concern was bringing in buses, and they hired a full-time person, and it just started getting bigger and bigger. Not a bad thing, but that you brought it up tonight, and you're talking about hiring somebody, full-time, not just for the Tamal Festival, but for the events. Start with trying to think about what we really wanted from the Tamal Festival. Councilmember Holmes, you said this is a community event. Is it really? A lot of us don't go anymore because it's just so big. There's nowhere to park. It's just gotten it's just really big. And it's hard for a lot of people to go because of the size of it. I'm not saying it's a bad thing. I think it's just because I'm getting older and I don't want to do all that walking anymore. But if you're going to be addressing the Tamal Festival and how you're going to be handling it, think about what the original intent was for the community. We wanted people to be able to come out and fundraise for their churches, for their schools. You don't see those people out there anymore because the fees are too much. So then that means that tamales you can't get one for under $3 or $4, $6 are even. So since you're going to be rethinking of how you're going to be handling this, rethink about going back to maybe scaling it down and do it more for the community and not for the people that we want to come in from. We want people to come in from out of town, but not at the expense of pushing our locals out.
Thank you, Anonymous.
And, shame on you for making an issue on just someone wanting to address the council.
No, I have to follow the law.
No, you have flexibility there. You're the mayor.
I know, but I still have to follow the law.
You know.
I have to
I've been
treat
here a long time.
everyone equally. Okay, we have.
You know what? You're right.
Are there any more requests to speak?
I have none, Mayor.
Okay. City Attorney, do you have any closing comments?
I do not.
Okay, just for the record, I think you should come back to us and let us know. If Pride Month is a national holiday, I couldn't find it anywhere that it is. And just for the public's information, we have celebrated Pride Month with Indio organizations and continue to do so throughout the month. Just because it's not here in public doesn't mean we're not doing it.
Happy to return with that, Mayor.
Thank you. There being no further business, we will stand adjourned.